Hello, hi, must make game for Monkey Jam. We're gonna go make game time. Yep, cool. Alright, that's enough of an intro. I need to figure out what collider to use, so let's go right here. Yeah, let's just make a new one though. I should have thought this through. We're gonna look for YouTube. I don't care if I leak there, but find her quick. That's a good care. Oh crap, I'm on the wrong account. Dang. Right.
So a question we get asked a lot is, one of the most essential parts of creating a 2D game is of course player movement, and even just have to get it as a script. We have the jump, then the last variable here, the crowd just component, feels nice. Always have slider pretty player. Something we of our stop, we would edit collider and kind of bring it in, and I'm gonna go ahead and move it.
Oh, okay. How to make an oval collider in Unity 2D. I don't need to do this in a separate page. I don't think they have an oval collider. Right. I mean, see. Horizontal. We'll just do it like this. So we're going to put it here. Later on that. There we go. That's what that looks like. That's pretty good. If I click play, there's no camera, so it's not going to display anything. So we're going to need to add camera. Camera. Oh, actually, is this set to? This is scale 1 by 1 by 1. I don't know about that. Really not useful. Can I change that in here? Pixels per unit. Let's make it a 1-to-1. Why? Whoa. What's the grid set to? It should be a 1-to-1. No, it'll be 16 now. What? What happened between here and there? It's not a 16 by 16. What? Whose message was deleted? Yeah, I have no idea what they're on about. Alrighty, so apparently I'm supposed to download original. No. Use you. That's not what I was trying to do. We're not going to download originals because that doesn't end very well. I just have to hope that they have the right relationship with each other. Let's not do 1-to-1 then. Let's see, so 16 units. That means it's going to be 1. 2. Let's see, if this is 2 pixels per unit, it'll be about half the size. Let's just go to um 128 divided by x. 128. What is this ridiculous thing? 215 divided by x. 16. 76. Sure. 76. This isn't supposed to fit perfectly in this square, so it's about not exactly right, but to undivide this 4x side. Half, that becomes 38. Get that should fit in 4 grid square. Cool. Now what we need to do is we need to edit rigid body, or their box colliders actually. Remake them fit that. Cool. You. I guess I should make box collider go down. This hole in the collision's actually not a problem though for any circumstance because there's no way something can fit into that hole. Right? But anyway. There's the camera. Question. Alright, so the camera sees this. Why?
Wheated Sun just followed.
What was it? I literally lost. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh. Anyway. That's a 2D. Go to the game now. You can see this, but the camera is actually too big. Of course, we're going to just move this over. But that looks more normal. That looks more normal. I might lower it a bit more. No. The player will be in the box, so that's what's important. Alright.
Up a tiny bit more. And if you slide on a value like this in the inspector while holding down Alt, you'll be able to fine tune much more neatly. Some these two overlay re-enable can tell this. So if we were to go in, so to do that is going to change depending on the user input.
Alright, I just wanted to test to make sure this thing does fall. He's falling. Cool. Very slowly though. Gravity scale 16 maybe will make this more accurate. Wow, that was unexciting. $32. Probably something like that'll work. So now we need a ground. So let's move to the tile map. So what was that? Let's see. B76. Oh, it's a different size. Why? Why are you a different size than the other one? Hold on, now I have to go calculate you. That's about exactly 75 instead. Oh my gosh. I dislike how they are all different sizes. Why? 75. Apply. Wait, you were 2, yeah. Now we're going to... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Why did it leave? If I go back on this. Go here. I'm going to get so annoyed by this. What? Huh? Wow. Oh. Okay. This is a material. How do I just select a sprite? Wait, what? Oh my gosh. You have to figure out Unity.
If we press the left arrow key or... So a question we get asked a lot is how to make a 2D game. Of course, this is a huge question to answer, but hopefully this video should help point you in the right direction. And this is actually filmed on our brand new subfolders with the different aspects of our get laid side by side. For example, if we go to the see that under artwork and then in have a look at the image. Now if you want to learn how to create your own tile sets and set them up in Unity,
you know what, I don't got time for that. We called prefabs, and then we're going to start making prefabs. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a ground object. Ground. Perfect. Hold. There we go. See that this shows up cleanly for that dirt texture. And then we can do, that's all actually for that. Then we have to add a rigid body 2D. If I click that, wait, no, this doesn't have a collision to nose. Player, why don't I, whatever, copy the player Z. Well, rigid body, need a box collider. That looks exactly right. Perfect. Now if I go here, what happens? Okay, yeah, it just goes through it when I set that onto that. So I need it to be simulated. Oh. Static. There we go. How did he remove the syncing? There's something like continuous. Hold on.
one of the most essential parts of creating a 2D game is so there's currently just a player which has have to check whether or not we're currently a component falls down alt to scale on both axes, bring it in and hitting the collider. We can see that immediately our player falls to the ground and he's ready to start moving. So let's stop playing, let's re-enable the background here for player move, and the very first thing that we want to do is get a reference from our player at the very top of it. And now every time, both in what the now what this if I'm just we can see that it says -1 physics. This function is called fixed update, and it works in much the same way as update. However, instead of being called once every time the computer draws a frame close to the input top here, I'm gonna write to add two other variables. I actually need to now see our run do is and we'll start jumping. Super cool. Also, there's currently a quick problem that we need to fix. That is, whenever we try and jump and then move towards...
Okay, whatever. I'm gonna call you ground. Round. I can easily place them and then change their texture. Yay. Cool. Now for you, right now you just have player move. We also need to add is player control. How to a collider is touching something unity. Okay. It's mainly the wheels that matter here. So controller doesn't really care about that. So what we're gonna do is, how does this work? Hold on. Let me go open up. This will have it. I've used on collision enter before. I just need to remember how it works. It lasts 22 minutes and I have nothing, bro. All right. Portal behavior. Private void on trigger enter. What? Collider. All right. So it looks like what we need here is void on trigger. On trigger enter. Collider, was it? Yep. Now, so that it actually has one of those, we need to go in here and set the capsule to be a trigger. Should work, I think. Alright, now let's actually add something here. So let's print trigger. Did that not work? Saved it, right? No, I do not. I don't think I did. What? What did I just? What? How did that happen? I changed nothing about the. Wait, it's because it's a trigger? But it still needs to be a collider as well. I didn't print anything. Why not? Oh, that's a mono behavior. That was what was here too. Yeah. Private void. Does the print not work? That's not how you print. Early. Oh, it's debug.log. Okay. We have to use. So debug.log. Trigger. They seriously remove it? Oh my god. Okay, this is going to take forever. But ain't no way we're making this whole game, is it? Ain't no way. Okay, so he didn't fall this time. But it also didn't go off. Suddenly act as. Why? Why doesn't it work? What? What is wrong? And it's so unhelpful. Like, I can't just figure out how to detect if I'm hitting the ground or not. How to detect if a player hits the ground. Unity. What on earth does this mean? Um, So this is a way to check if it's grounded. Alright, whatever. We're gonna use this. I still need to know if something's touching something though, and I can't figure that out. Why this doesn't work. Whatever. Alright, is grounded. Right? On fixed update, we need something called public old y equals on fixed update old y equals rb dot velocity dot y. Now we can also do set now this if less than or equal to 0, then I don't even need that. If it's less than or equal to 0, then it should work. Of course I forgot one somewhere. Of course I did that. Why wouldn't I? Just do else return false. Does that work? I don't think that works, does it? Oh, it does. Okay. So you can see that old velocity what the heck? Old y is sometimes just a bit, you know, crazy. So now on update, first thing it should do is on ground equals is grounded run. So when we first run the game, maybe make your script functional before you use it. So sometimes it turns off is grounded because of this stupid script. If you fall, you'd be able to jump again. Multiplied by 1,000. Math round divided by 1,000. I guess there's some error. Do I not have some namespace? Is it under system? Using system? Will that fix it? How to round C#. Just tell me. Oh, I didn't capitalize it because I'm a goofball. Rate, that's exciting. I love that for me. Gosh, where is it? There it is. So this is within some margin error. Bet you should probably do something similar to old Y as well. So this is all just a test of something. So now it should be a more accurate system of determining if you're on the ground. Yep, there we go. So now it's actually more accurately detecting you on the ground, which is nice. Next, I do need to be able to control the player, funnily enough. File, open, file, player control. Now here's the thing, player control actually has to tell you if there's something's happening. Actually, this does not need to be a fixed update. This is just when you... However, this does need to be a fixed update. We have two values. One's called public float. For public float vert 0f. It has something called a public player move. Player PM. What we're gonna do is great. Yeah, I need a PM. We're just going to take this, put in the PM. My life easier. Now on fixed update, PM dot cores equals input dot, wait, hold on. I don't remember how you get an input dot get access raw. Okay. Access raw horizontal. Yeah. Vert input get access raw vertical. I spelled that horribly wrong. Now we can test this. Okay, that was a pretty quick test. We're going to change you to vertical pretty quick here. Okay. So now, and later he does jumping. Get button down. I don't have this yet, but we need something called public pool empty jump false. We'll add public bool just jump. It's false. And not just jumped. Oh, you're trying to do something crazy precise. This is going to get very annoying. If on ground and not on ice, then RB dot velocity equals new 2. So it's going to be RB dot velocity dot y. This is going to be deal speed for plus 3 times 3 times RB three-fourths time RB dot velocity dot x. Oh, if I save, haha, caught it this time. Rat. Where is that? 49. Boom, boom. That's alright. $49. 21. What? What is this on about? Close parentheses. That was not it. Why is it saying that something needs to have one of those semicolons? That's why. I can't believe I typed and in both of these. I really have not used C# in a while. Wow. Well, that doesn't help me since wheel speed is 0. If I set to 3. It says it's on the ground. But then that do anything. Huh. How can I see the velocity anyhow? So it'd just be a fourth of that. So apparently wheel speed's gonna need. I guess it's just figuring out how high wheel speed needs to be, huh? So let's go wheel speed. Wheel speed 100. Whoa. No. I forgot how you change that. Oh, right, that's what it was. Right. Rotation. Alright, cool. Now if I go ahead and set this to 100 again. He almost immediately stopped, which is crazy to me. There was no continued velocity at all. Which means like this has way too high of air drag. What the heck? You see that? So the wheel is just giving it velocity, but in the air it should keep its velocity. So, here. So the velocity disappeared upon the fact that it left the ground. It just stopped moving. Which is not how it's supposed to work. Unless it's this. Here, let me check if this is at doing that much. I don't actually know if I changed it. That was a lot, apparently. That thing just fell. So let's make this significantly less. There should still be drag in the air, but it shouldn't be very high. We set this to 1,000. Yeah, he'll go off flying. We need to install Cinemachine actually. Then we need to create pedaling mechanics, which is going to be fun.
Withering Waves is a brand new open
I
world
don't
RPG
care.
that you're gonna want to play. You wake up from a deep sleep as the rogue.
Something you always need when making a 2D game that are available to us as a virtual camera. You can see the way they make a bunch of options for different cameras that we can create. Of course, the camera that we want to make is a 2D camera. So we'll go to the bottom and hit create 2D camera. And right away this might look really weird, but fear not, what's happening here is actually fairly simple. So basically what we just created is what we refer to as a virtual camera. You can see over here it says Cinemachine virtual camera. And the virtual camera is basically just like an empty object. It's not visible in our scene, and the only thing that it has is basically a position, a rotation, as well as some camera settings. However, what Cinemachine then does is that it applies all the settings shift out of 2D mode. We can see that we now have our virtual camera right in the center of our world.
Does this automatically just work? I don't remember. That's way too close. Well, let's look at. Where is everything that they had? That seems like a far more reasonable difference. There it is. Alright, let's see. I think this, like, just enough that he won't be able to, like, actually run off screen. There we go. Let's go ahead and actually create a control system so that when vertical is, when horizontal is non-zero, you can actually use that information for something. So when horizontal wheel speed equals create local, goodness gracious, we're going to create horse speed equals yeah, this needs to be a float. Math.abs horse. How do I add references, by the way? How do I make Visual Studio C Unity? Whatever. Not important. Would be nice, but not important. Direction. Sign, of course. Of course, I'd prefer this not making my code error. Then we need to update our wheel speed. So our wheel speed is probably just going to approach some value and reduce at a different rate. So it's trying to approach that way. But it's like a double curve here, so see if I can graph the function I want. So the speed, the x's are wheel speed. Y is how much it'll increase. It should not be a straight line. And 100, it's undefined, but why? How that works. Well, if I make it increase according to x, that's 500. This world, so 1 over x, make it negative x plus 500. Round. What? $500 shoot up. None of that. Oh, duh. What I want So if we take x minus that, it just becomes linear again. Like, so what if instead it was 1 minus this? How much it increased your current wheel speed by? Well, then you would be able to linearly increase your wheel speed to infinity, apparently. Makes no sense to me, despite the fact that this should increase resistance as you go up. Speed. Was this thing, as you go to infinity, approaches some value, right? Well, if we did 1 over the inverse there, it would look like this, which means at very low values it will increase by a lot. And that's another thing. We don't want it to ever boost it. We gotta like add 1 here or something. Subtract some constant. Subtract 2 over pi. Okay, that allows it to go negative, which is not what we 1 over pi? Yeah, okay. So subtract 1 over pi. And that pretty much means that this will decrease in speed as it goes along. And that's how much, according to your speed, x, how much you should increase by. Wheel speed plus equals I guess I don't need horse speed and horse direction because no, I do. I need that. This just means that the wheel speed will be made negative after. So the speed, I guess I can't write it like that, can I? Speed. 1 divided by A10 divided by 10 plus 1 minus 1 divided by math dot pi. And see if this works. Where did I do that? Double. Alright, well, let's. I want to float. That worked. I thought that was a cast. How you cast things. How to convert a double to float. Do I put the float before it? No. I see the float. Oh, does that work? Okay. That's good to know. So now this should be set. Shut up. That should be set correctly. And now it took one click. Oh man, that went so well. Alright. Well, it looks like we already are going to need more ground. Here's the thing though, if I create ground too, and actually let's just create all ground. But here's the thing. I don't know where this needs to go. You are negative this. I just put you at -6 even, please. Can you just be 0? Then I'll put you 16. I'll put you -16. That actually doesn't look half bad for a grass texture. I'm going to just keep doing this so we can put you at -32. So there's a little too much slip. Oh yeah, I can't change the I can't change the direction of it. Wheel speed times equals force direction. If force is not equal to 0, then we run the following code. Because otherwise it's not necessary to run this code. I don't think that would do anything because that'd just be 0, so just keep adding 0 and stuff like that. So anyway. Now, currently when you're on the ground, I do believe there's 0 friction on the wheels. So we need to add friction onto the wheels. That's more than this friction is. RB dot velocity. No. 1 wheel speed divide equals 1.001 f. And RB dot velocity divide equals 0.01 f. So while on ground, it will slow you down. I also duplicate you and then make you 32. So now, in theory, wait, oh, it's times equals, duh. We can't do times equals, am I crazy? This needs to be equals this times absolute math absolute of wheel speed. So yeah, no wonder that happened. At some point I have to make all the animations actually show up for the player, but now, whoa, why is negative so much higher? Oh, this is duh. Again, we need math absolute of wheel speed here. So in both cases, absolute is absolutely necessary. Why does backwards not work? Why not? Plus equals. Well, first we need to change the direction first, and then we add one thing that's important to do, because we want to change our direction to whatever direction we want to go, then add to it. But that just breaks every time. That's just a break, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's breaking. That's exciting and scary. Wheel speed. So those are using absolute values. So in all theory, it should be the same in the negative and positive direction, right? No, because whatever we add is affected by Hor's direction as well. So Hor's speed is completely useless, since this has to be Hor's. Okay. You can just get rid of Horse speed, okay? Never needed it to begin with. And this should work, right? You can see just how fast it travels. Now, that's not very fast, of course, so we probably should make it a bit faster. If I'm correct, the way you make it faster is by changing this number. That should be all I need to do to make it faster. Now, the friction is, like, how much do you just stay at the speed after? Like, that's the thing. Like, if I get a real run up on it, now here's the thing. On the ground, we probably should make this still less than what it is. That's significantly more than the other one, but still a lot less. Okay, and we'll make this a bit faster as well. So what we can do is put an offset, so it's about like this. Let's see how that does, right? For move controls to get this to go right. So you can start to realize just how hard this thing is to control. But as soon as you leave a surface, there's no way to control the bike. Now, attempting to jump. Now, actually, there's also vertical. If vert is less than 0, wheel speed equals 0. Immediately, it just sets the wheel speed to 0. But no, cancel. So now I have the fact that if I'm starting moving, I can brake. Braking actually works pretty well, which is nice. The brake control works very well and will definitely help against sliding, possibly. Here's the thing, the controls are a little bit too good, right? Because you can do this really easily, right? Which means we need to change the ratio. Which means we're going to change this to be divided by 8 and this to be 7/8. Changes the ratio. This change of ratio, it means that our bike will be a little bit less controlled. How to be less snappy, but it's still very snappy. How snappy that is. I don't want a snappy bike. Now the friction's important too, of course, to stop sliding. But if I change the direction, I start pedaling the other way, there should be a noticeable drag. So we're going to then go to, let's try something crazy like 31, 32 and see just how bad this goes. Do this. This means that there's a heavy preference for the velocity of the bike, which can also add to the trouble of getting going. So we're making a whole bike engine here, which is so nice. If I really get to going, right? And I switch. It's so snappy. It doesn't matter how much I change this value. It's so snappy. Actually, all this did was slow you down by a significant margin. I don't know why. Alright, let's bring this back to 8. I don't know why it's so snappy. I don't like the snappiness of the controls, but they are what they are, I guess. Like, how do I fix how snappy they are? How quickly it can change from one direction to the other. Um, I think there was something called flip. Ooh, right. X and 0. You are. kind of annoying, but is required for the fact that when you flip it, it has to work, be the same. So anyway, you go to sprite renderer dot sprite render properties, sprite renderer properties. I just want to know in code what it's called. Like, I'm talking about the actual code, please. I have no... What is it? How to flip a sprite Unity script. There we go. Found it. Plus X. True. Else. False. So now we can save. And we can see it. So we got a lot of the controls in here. We cannot jump yet, notably. Jump is literally just going to be an increase in the Y, just some set velocity increase. Nothing crazy. And then let physics handle how to handle it. But tempting jump equals input dot get button down jump. Let's see if that's a thing. Cool. Now we have a tempting jump. Now, file. Settings. Um. Let's see. Yes. Yes, that's fine then. I don't know what other key I would select, so. Oh, I must not have saved. No. Save player control. I set PM attempting to jump. Hmm. Sometimes it decides it wants to show up. Other times it doesn't. Which is concerning. So I don't think this is going to work very well. Just a hunch. Right. So I don't know why it's not working though.
And this is actually really easy compared to normal movement. All we have to do for is jump. Well, then we want to go ahead and jump. And of course, information down here.
Okay. Oh, okay. Now I understand. So I did have this backwards. We want you to be an update, and we want you to be the fixed update. I understand now. I want to say both. Fact. Thank you. That was might have been what was messing with it. See. See how that affects the control field. But I was off the ground for 1 instant. Alright, let's just make this something ludicrous for 1. That should be a noticeable jump. See how that didn't do much. Let's do 500. That should be an even more noticeable jump. Wait, is that why? Okay, I succeeded at one of those jumps. You know, you could run up, try to jump, and you wouldn't be able to control yourself to stop. So when it works, the jump's good. It's just that it doesn't work often. We gotta figure out how high we wanted you to jump to. More than 50, less than 500. Try 150 maybe. Triple that. Jump for this game to be playable. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Yep, this is the kind of game I was wanting. Well, actually, you probably should make it a little bit more. Thinking about 210 maybe. At the end of the day, you don't get to, there's a lot of forces at play here, you know. My main thing is I don't want to say you're on the ground while you're in the air. Okay. So we're slowly getting the basic mechanics down. Like, I think that's a pretty good jump, but we need it to consistently work, and I don't know why it doesn't. Does up work better, or is this just a general issue? So we don't really need vertical to have up the thing. Now, actually, you can control the game with your arrow keys, notably. And you can brake with this. So technically, there's full arrow key controls. So yeah, now you have a lot of different controls and complexities to the game. Now we have to create an animation thing, which is going to be exciting. Even think about creating animations though. We have to get every single player sprite, all of the player sprites in here first, which there's a lot of those actually. In fact, there's the blinking sprite, just sake that all of these are consistent with all of those now. We have the basic 2. Like, we have a ton of sprites, right? And also, we have to rename every single one of them. I can just copy this part because I'm going to be writing it quite a lot. This is basic blink. This is basic 2. And so, exciting stuff here. And we can just kind of use all of these as different controls and things like that to create different animation and create a player here. Next up is this one, Blink 2. Basic Blink 2. That's exciting. We have the blinks, which are just different blinking images. There's a lot of blinks, by the way. A lot of them. Break next. So we have breaking, an actual image when you're breaking. And the breaking image goes whenever the wheel speed is 0. It automatically will play this blinking animation. Breaking animation, I mean. Yep. Download. Don't want to open it. I just wanted to change the name. Goodness. Break. Break. Blink. Luckily, break will always have its wheels in a certain position, so that's nice. And then we get to create a ton of animations and a whole system transition between them, which is going to be exciting and fun to do. Can't see what I'm doing right now, and I can't see it through messaging, by the way, chat. Next we have Rise. They're all important to the game. I'm gonna click. There we have Rise. It's for when you jump up. So I have, of course, some system to determine which of these to go to all the time. And in theory, I need a lot of animations to determine based off of what speed you're traveling. Right? You get Rise Blink. You get Rise 2. You guess what, chat? There's even a Rise Blink too. So many different animations here. Then we have Fall. Fall. And we have Fall Blink. And then we get to make animations with all of these. Exciting. Fall 2. Fall Blink 2. And this isn't even a pedaling animation yet. These are just animations for other things. Exciting. Depends on wheel speed, which, like, there's a series of animations that are different by speed. Let's see. Okay, so we get, there's not much left, just the pedaling and death animation now. So we get this, which is pedal right. I believe it's just a thing. Right. Pedal right. Then we get pedal right blink. I had to make the character more lifelike by giving it blinking. PR blink. So when you pedal, it's just a series of these animations just work. This is the second one I got here. For a PR2. Wait, PR2 blink. And I have no idea if these animations even look good or right. Now we have PL and the death animation. L. PL. Blink. PL blink 2. Alright, that's every single normal player animation. We can add the death animation. Actually, we can just go ahead and do that now. Did I even name them all correctly? I don't remember. Dead 0. Player dead 2. Alright, so there we go. Now we have to make all of these into animations. Oh boy. Let's go back here. Look at this.
So when it comes time to start adding animation to your game, there are really two primary ways to go about it. The first one, and probably the most commonly used, is sprite sheet animation. This is also the technique that most people recognize from traditional animated movies, because it simply means drawing a bunch of animate. First, this is out to cross of personally than 10. Andrew, ready to at least works by binding around. And then we asset on the something that you would like here in the same scene as when we did our 2D movement. You can of course use any scene and character that you'd like. In this one we're able to move and jump around as well as crouch beneath platforms. But of course currently we have no animations in here. To change this, let's start by setting up some animation clips. To do this, we'll go to our scene view and select our player. We'll then open up our animation window. So we'll go under window, animation, and select animation. And as you can see, it tells us that to begin animating the player, we need to create both an animator and an animation clip. We'll talk about the difference.
What did you?
No, animation and select animation.
Okay.
And as you can see, it tells us that to begin animating the player, we need to create both an animator and an animation clip. We'll talk about the difference between the two in a sec. For now, let's just hit create. And now we can choose where we want to save our animation. Let's right click and create a separate folder for this. And let's call it animation. Let's then double click this folder. And let's also rename this animation file to something like player. And then underscore the animation that we want to work on. This could be run, jump, or die. In our case, let's start with an idle animation. In other words, the animation that the player plays when he isn't really doing anything. We can then press save. So now we have this empty timeline here where we can drag in our animation sprites. Of course, the great thing about our character here is that he already comes with a bunch of images that we can use.
Let's see. So idle means he's not moving, which I guess the idle animation will become a break animation. There we go. We can just do it like this. I forgot to do something important, which is all of these. Set them all to 38 pixels by unit. And apply. Rescale the player appropriately. That is the fastest blinker, fastest blinker in all the West. How do I change that actually?
So let's go under Sunnyland. And of course, if you want to download any of this, I will have a link for that in the description. We then go under Artwork, Sprites, and under the player, we can see that the sprites are split up into...
Wait, on his, he has the number. What does this do? So that's just which frame I'm on. How do I change the frames per second? Hello? Where is it? That's fine. But why is there no frames per second? How to change frames per second on an animation in Unity? What I wanted? Okay. Change this a bit. How do I make it last longer? He still blinks too often, so we're gonna put these kind of far out. That's the thing. Yeah, I want him to blink, but I don't want it to be all the time. He blinks way too often. Right? Something ridiculous, right? So I think that's a good idle animation. If I play the game, I think he's just stuck in that idle animation forever. Of course. Why is it working this time really well? I don't know. Alright. Now let's go back.
Animation folders. So let's start by going under the idle folder, and here are 4 different images. If we just try and select one of them, we can see a preview in the bottom right here. Of course it's pretty tight, so let's go. The images that ended value much better. Few images, we can of course do that by simply clicking and dragging, or just press delete in order to remove one. But I'm just gonna leave my animation as is. And let's go ahead and set up a few other ones while we're at it. So let's go to where it says player idle here, and let's hit create new clip.
Alright, so that's how this works. Let me go here, create a new clip. Instead of player idle, let's do player ride 0. It saved it to sprites. Oh no. It's supposed to be here. And of course we'll have ride 0 blink or something, right? What? What? Why won't it? What? Why it no work no more? I'm sorry. Okay. Then it has player ride 0. but if I select these two, I cannot add them. Okay, now I can. Great. So as you can see, that is a little fast, all things considered. 12 frames per second. Still a bit fast. So for this one, we're going to have so it's like a coasting type of thing. So not very fast. You might be wondering where Blink at? Well, Blink is going to be part of a very complicated set of how this animation system works. Yay. Yay, blinking. Exciting. So this is ride 0. We'll next have ride 1. Ride 1. So there is a series of different ones where the wheels will go faster and faster. There are a ton of animations I have to figure out how to make all work. Oh boy. This is ride 1. Right? Next is ride 2. I'm not going to question why the others don't show up here. Oh, that's because they're saving to the wrong place again. Wow. Isn't that so cool? Chat, don't you love that, chat? Oh my gosh. This is the most basic player animation. Oh yeah, ride 2. 12. This is the max speed the player will be riding at. Is this. Well, not the max speed, because there's still ride 3. Which is essentially this, but even faster, right? They're bugging out the thing. Then we create, guess what? Player _ ride 3. Okay. Right, 12, right? No, 24 on this one, because this is the fastest. You travel the fastest, your wheels will be going like this. You've reached max speed, right? Now, this is just anything above like the rough max of the wheel. This is all based off of wheel speed. It's absolute value. That's how this is figured out. Which I don't even think we have enough ground that I could figure out what that is. like roughly looking at the player. I was unsuccessful, but we got to at least 300 as the wheel speed. Now, the players, you actually might be moving at different speed, but this is just based off of wheel speed, which is all that matters here, right? So we have this, we have ride 0, 1, 2, 3. If I take one of these, right? I don't, can I, no, I can add or delete key, but way to change this, right, add a key. Oh, this works. I'm gonna look at this sheet. But stop saving them here. Let's see. Been nice if there's just some dynamic frame rate changer. But oh well. We got player. Weird. Let's just make the animations work one at a time. Next would probably be pedal actually, but let's do that. I hate this thing so much. Should I be doing this in here? Probably not. But I have to do it this way. Player underscore pedal 1, pedal 0. Save. Now we have pedal 0, and this is a 12, and now we have to do the exact same thing we did in the other one. Right? Right? Oh boy. The first frame of the animation. The second frame of the animation. I believe it's this here. Then we have this is the same thing. One not well, 0, 0. Alright, pretty easy actually. Then we have pedal left. a slow pedal, which probably won't last too long before you get to the quicker pedals. And hopefully quicker pedaling will take less time to create. Finally, it's actually trying to save them here. Pedal 1. Save. So it starts, of course, pedal right. And then I have to make all of these all over again, which is going to be so exciting. So much nicer. This is a quicker version of the animation, which looks faster. Okay, well that explains why it looks so much faster. Alright. This is the same speed that the wheels turned in the other, so when you coast, the wheels won't change speed. I love this lovely workflow where I've gotten essentially nothing done in the hours I've been working. This game is so unfinished, bro. We need to get to work. This just takes forever. Like, oh man. Player pedal 2. Set it to 12. Alright, and then we're gonna go here and we're gonna create the animation once again. The problem also to me is just I feel like there should be quicker ways to do it. When it's the exact same like skeleton of an animation. The only reason it's taking forever is I have to manually redo it every single time. Like clearly something's up here. Hopefully this one's really fast. And then we have, let's go to animations. Right. Animation player, and then we can guess what? Duplicate this. Or copy and paste, because why would you just give the convenient duplication button? Pedal 3.anim. Okay. So is there a problem? Oh, guess what? I can't even, bro. Oh my gosh, shut up. I can't do anything about that nonsense right now. Alright, whatever. I have to start this stupid animation over despite it being the exact same at a different frame rate. That is so annoying. It's so annoying. There's no good reason for it. And then I have to do this exact same thing over and over again with different sprites. This process of creating 4 of every animation is going to drive me insane. Uh, 12. Start with 12. And then we're going to go with here, here. Wait, wait. Then we're gonna actually speed it up to 24. See just how fast of an animation that is. He's pedaling quick. Now let me just open up the animator because yep. How do you do things? Oh my gosh. Blah 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 blah.
We'll go. Elevation is made up of only 2 keyframes, one for when we are going upwards. So here we notice that one of our windows is called animation. This is where we create our what animation. We can now drag these around and arrange them in any way that we would like. And if for some reason one of them isn't in here for you, you can always remove them. You'll notice here that currently the player idle will begin playing right when we start our game. So if we were to now hit play, we can see indeed our player starts playing the idle animation right away. And even though we move around and jump and try and crouch, it's just gonna keep playing idle. In fact, if we select our player, we now start to create transitions from the idle animation to the other clips. By the way, if you want to set another animation as the default, we can always right click and hit set as their default state. And that's simply going to change it. So whenever we start running, we of course want to change from the idle animation to our run animation. And we do this using what is called a transition. So if we take our player run here and just place it underneath our idle animation, we then right click on our idle and hit make transition. And we now get this arrow that we can.
Alright. Cool. How do I what? You just multiply the speed of the animation. Yep, that's interesting. I don't think I'm going to keep creating all of them as separate animations. Anyway, can I please at all change this? How does this thing work? Why am I not allowed to edit it? Settings. There we go. Exit time. Oh my gosh. Stop. Alright, so we're going to create, let's see. Look, then there's yval. There's wheel speed. WS. This is going to be the actual wheel speed. Absolute wheel speed. Cool. Dying. And let's see, is there anything else I need to tell it here? Oh yeah. The bull pedaling. So So now we can change this. So to go from that, what matters is wheel speed is greater than 0. That's it. I mean, that is factually all it needs to know. Oh, transition duration is 0. Wheel speed needs to be less than, let's say, up to 100 is this one. So up till 100 is less than 100. Wait, no. It's less than some ridiculously low value. It goes back to here. So it's less than 0.01. So essentially, if it's pretty much stopped, then it will go back to braking. Transition. So 0 off and condition. Wheel speed is greater than 100. So if it's greater than 100, it'll go here. Now, I don't know how much faster shift running is going to make it, but we'll see. Oh, no, let's make transition back. Transition time 0. Less than 100. We'll make the transition back. Go to here when it's more than 200. Zero, off, 0. This goes back when it's less than 200. Greater than 300, it goes to this one. Okay. Less than 300. Wait, what? Oops. Guess that's not right then. Let's make the threshold 150 instead. 150. This is 300. And this, so let's see. That was speeding it up. That would have been suppose this isn't actually that much faster. Let's say that if you reach 400, it will go there. Now, I don't think 400 wheel speed is possible without that, but I haven't had a flat enough of a stretch to check if 400 is possible naturally. Like, I don't even know what the limit speed is here, if there is a limit to how fast you can go. I imagine eventually the forces will cancel out, and you can't pedal faster than a certain speed. Now we have to, great, we have all these. Now we have to make all the pedal ones. Now can start to see just how much of a pain this is going to be. Right? So the player aisle is just going to go there. And then I'll go here in the case that we're going to need the pedaling to be true. Go that way. Pedaling is false. It goes this way. I should just copy these transitions and copy them onto these. Oh well. Oh well. Not what I wanted to do. But anyway. The reason I did that one first. This is a lot of time being taken up by this task. If pedaling equals true, it goes to that one. Okay. Well, here, let's do if it's greater than 0.01. So I had a very small barrier of entry to get it into that, so that little fluctuations that exist at the, code quantum level, don't affect it. Really annoying to do every time. This is for pedaling is false. Exciting. It literally did not matter. Pedaling's true, and then we have if pedaling is false. Alright. Of course, there's going to be more animations. And that's just a pain. But, oh yeah, these also have to go between each other. Like, those can. Like, why? Why is it like this? I wish I could just have animation speed change with the speed of your wheels. That'd be nice, That would significantly simplify the code. Change speed of animation via script unity. No, that's not what I want. I want it to be dynamic, so I don't need 50 million scripts, 50 million animations in here. Oh, but that only works if that's not 0. Huh. So, yeah, I guess I'm just going to change the script a bit. For one, let's just no, what I just want to do is I already have these, so, and I guess this is more a better system. Naturalistically, it's just such a pain. What the? Because this is the exact same as the other, but I can't do anything about it, right? Like, Nothing about this is different. Nothing. Nothing at all is different. If it's greater than 150. Now, luckily, I don't need those connections anymore, but, you know. This is going to be the most naturalistic cycling ever, and then just no game. It's going to be it. Speed is greater than 300. It goes there. Wow, that's cool. That's like multiple. Greater than 400. Like, it just has to be able to reach 400, and I have no idea if you can do that normally anyway. But, oh well. Right, that was what these were, yeah. So now what we have to do is give it all of these values, which I forgot how you even do that, so let's go check this out.
Drag out to the other animation clips. If we then click player run, we get our movement. We can actually go in here and write animator dot set float, and then we give it the name of the float that we want to set. Remember, this is the name of our parameter. And this is where we can drag in our animator component. So now every time we write animator in our, if we have a look in Unity, we can see that when it's running, and as soon as I set it back to 0, he goes right back to idling. So now all we need to do is change this speed parameter through our script, and that is actually fairly easy. So if we now select our player, and if you haven't watched the video where we set up player movement, we're basically using two scripts. One is the character controller that takes care of all the physics that go into making our character move, and the second one is a much simpler player movement script where we simply tell the player when to move and at what speed. So let's go ahead and open up this player movement script. And the first thing that we want is to be able to access our animator. Luckily, if we have a look in Unity, we can see that when we started creating animations for our player, Unity actually added an animations in here. We can just see that the component is control our animator through our player movements field. And this is where we can drag in our.
He did it in a fraction of a second. He added this. Wowza. That's crazy. Alright.
Go into the update that the name of this is the name of our parameter.
Cool. Set float ws math.abs of wheel speed. Is that how that works?
Parameters.
Yep. And then what we can do is we get another one. We got set bool and set bool pedaling to alright, actually let's do 0.01. So just to oh, there we go. We go into this. That means, in theory, all of these animations should run. In theory, it should work. Now, whether or not it's actually going to work, if we go boom, it actually works. What the heck? Wait, wheel speed can just keep increasing. There's like no limit that I can found. With this space, I could just keep going. So we kind of need a hard limit on the wheel speed. I don't know how to hard limit wheel speed. The higher wheel speed gets, the larger the reducer. Boom. Well, that would be already a humongous. If it was 1, it'd actually go negative. So, you don't want to be too like, wrong, where you could boost the speed too with the reducer. So, like, yeah, we really don't want to let it get to, you know, where it could be. I guess I could change the system. Change the max speed. Yeah. I could change it to be a different movement system for it. Where it's always averaging between something. So it approaches some speed. And that would set a hard max on your speed to some number. So here. Let's change wheel speed system. Wolves. Now, the crazy thing is there's absolutely no reduction when you change direction, which is a little snappy. Like, now, there should be reduction in drag created by the bike, not necessarily. But anyway. So this is actually now going to be horse. Now, the problem is this would go crazy. It would reach the speed in a fraction of a second, right? So it's going to be a horse. Going to be times 31 over 32, or even let's do 63 over 64. Plus 350 divided by 64. But here's the thing. That just means that we just created a hard max, right? Now, another thing is this needs to be multiplied by force direction. So force dir times this. So this is just the average of it, and so the horde should already be direction that way, so it does not change the sign. And honestly, what we could do is we could change that, but anyway, so this should make it a little different how it works now. So it should now have a hard max speed, which might even be below. The hard max is probably going to end up being below 350 because of friction, is my thought, because it will always be reduced by a certain amount. It'll end up creating some form of hard max somewhere. So if we and apparently the hard max 5.46875. So maybe that doesn't work as well as I thought it would. Well, it probably just approaches the weighted average of the two. Weighted average. So that was way too much. Let's make it a 15 over 16 to 1 over 6. What? Hello? I think I might have hit pause or something. Wow, it's still maxing out crazy low. Here's the problem. It's going to pick up speed super fast if it's just the average of these two, right? If it's just the average, it's going to immediately be able to go from 0 to 150. 0 to 150 is insanely fast acceleration. And I don't really want 0 to 150, so we're going to probably still... Now, what else could I do? Like, what are other ways of reducing it, right? I could divide the total value by a constant that's changing or something crazy. Wait, what? What's it? Sorry? Oh, I made that 1/4. That's why. That needs to be 350 or we are not getting anywhere. So changing the player controls so that they work with the animation, so exciting. Because there was no max speed, you could keep accelerating forever. Wow, you get nowhere. Anywhere, bro. What the heck? As soon as I make this, as soon as I just do this, divide by 2, divide by 2. As soon as I do this, it's over, man. Like, I need a way to slow it down. I guess drag. I still think that there's like drag is going to play into it, yeah. You can see that wheel speed automatically just goes that fast, and this tries to slow down. But you have too much acceleration, okay? Like, I do not want you speeding up that fast, right? Like 350, great, max speed, whatever. We need a more gradual ascent than this. And I don't know how to make that gradual ascent. Now, if I do this, I don't know how that would change it, really. Like, I don't know if this thing would work or how this would work. Did I give it faster acceleration? Hold on. Okay, that changed the max speed to be slower. And it's still extremely peppy. So that did not help in the slightest. I don't know if 350 is naturally good max or not. Anyway, I can't figure out what number, how to make this work. I want it to be a more gradual ascent, right? So if I divide you both by, no, that would make this all unchanged. I think you would just do that, right? Unless you have to multiply it out on the outside. So if I change you to 4, you could also do the same thing as just changing you to 2 and you to 1. This looks like it would make my life worse, actually. I think this would make acceleration insanely fast. Yeah, that is actually negatively helpful. That doubled your speed, in fact. So I just changed what I'm multiplying this by. Effectively, I just changed this multiple, which is not what I'm trying to do. So how does it work? How do you slow that? You divide the x, and then that slow the graph out. It did that, but that just lowered the max speed and kept all the peppiness. Plus I need to divide by 8 and increase this to 400. Or even possibly 500 could work. See, the difference is that maybe this would work. Just try to get the right, like, gradual start, you know? Wow, that is a max, pretty low max speed. But, like, look at how fast that is. One touch, and you just speed up instantly to 200, right? That's not how that's supposed to work. So each time it should be less. So let's use probably exponents as my next thought. It's going to plus equals direction times something in here. And this something is going to be amount of how. So if it was a half, right? It would reduce until it's there. Keep getting halved. gosh, it's so annoying. Half full speed. Multiply this by, well, this is going to do something similar, so we don't want a half. We want something like a fifth, and multiply that by 500-ish. Should work. We can see if this works. For one, if the code doesn't error. Very possible, can. Float, yeah. What do we do? Float. Alright. Now, that should change the feel of it. I made it go to infinity in a split instant because of one small math dot absolute of wheel speed divided by 500. No, not divided by 500, but let's divide it by a decent amount. So let's divide it by 50 or something like that. I don't know how it got so high, but so you can, what the heck? So you can super it, and then it lowers how much you're increasing by. So it creates a kind of odd curve. So you get some insane acceleration, and then you're like barely increasing in speed. That's such an odd thing. That's odd. That's pretty odd. Just because of how it works. Now we can go different numbers here. I'm gonna decrease from that to 400 as well. But we essentially have to find a way to do this and create less of that dramatic effect. Yeah, this is like insane. Too fast. It stays insanely fast. Yeah, we don't want that. So we can try a half, see how a half does at this. I don't think we'll ever be allowed to hit 400 if we do a half, but we'll see. We'll see if this creates the slowness I was wanting or not. Okay, yeah, you're immediately allowed to hit that, and in fact, you can stay pretty close to that now. So decelerating, I think it actually takes longer to hit 400. Yeah, okay, that's not good. So 3 was fine-ish, but let's do a fifth, maybe. Like, we gotta find one that will work good, but the problem is when it's low value, it increases super fast. Right, we don't want this to start from 0 actually either, so let's actually do a +2 on it. And I think this will significantly decrease how it works. I think this +2 actually is exactly what I wanted to help make this not as. Whoa, it's a fifth hard now. Fifth is really hard. So let's not do a fifth then. Let's do a third. And I think it'll be essentially impossible to reach 400, but we can make it 380 just to make sure that's possible. So this should make it significantly less peppy of a control system. So you have to actually pedal to grease up. And here's the thing, this is clearly too slow still. So a third doesn't work. Let's check a half. A half might actually work if it's +2. You know, might work. If it's +2, a half might be functional and actually not be a stupid fast. Like, okay, maybe not. Like a half is still a little too fast on it. So maybe 0.4 could work and not be crazy. Just about figuring out what constant here makes this work the best. I think I like 0.4 the most. But the problem is I can't seem to reach 300 even with it. Here, I need more ground, like like at this point it's like a big problem. Can I duplicate or duplicate 80? I really just need to figure out tile sets. This would be so much, that'd be so much easier than this. But alright, let's see if I can reach it, if I have this much ground, if I can actually reach it, or if that is the max speed right there. Hold on, let's go to player. I mean, like, yeah, it's just about that. Like, you're not getting higher than that, to be real. Hold on. It's +2 on the outside, right? Okay. Alright. So that probably just means I need to increase this more, possibly to 450. Because that's pretty clearly the max speed there. Because the max speed is going to be less than whatever I put. I know that much. And all this changes is that speed there. That value just needs something. There we go. So the 100 range doesn't last long. Man, does it get hard once you're up to 200. It's like impossible to actually increase above that. So that's difficult. I make it a bit slower. Set it to 600. I might be able to hit a 300, and it wouldn't be too fast of an acceleration. I've spent so much time on these stupid pedaling mechanics. Make sure that they're correct. Okay, wow. Gotta say, 0.3 has even harder to work with speeds. Wow. Okay, hold on. 1200 then. Just double that. Like, I think that should be good. If I double it, it'll start speeding up. And okay, right, because it just keeps getting more difficult. The faster you get, the more difficult it's gonna be. Right. So it'd almost be nice to work with something else, like you work with a half. You make a half is just too fast of an acceleration, but fourth is too slow. Now this I think is going to actually get you very high very quickly. I think a third would have been good. It's just finding the number for a third. But the third was actually kind of bad too. But like here at a fourth, you still can't. This is just so exponentially high at that point that you just can't reach it. So I think you need a half if you want to do this right. I think you need a half. So we're gonna do a series of changes. See if this works. Let's see if this works. So this should be good-ish. We'll find out. Like half is still getting way too high. Like half can get above whatever speed I put it at, right? So let's do +4. And let's go back to divide by 50, and we're going to let's do divide by 25 maybe. And then instead of 400, I'm gonna do 300. And the thing with this is it's just such a fast acceleration on a 2 that on a half I just don't like it. Just don't like how fast this acceleration is. Okay, well, actually that worked very well at not making it fast. And actually we maxed our speed out at negative 130. So that's not good. So let's go back to 50. We can apparently adjust that value as well to change this. So hopefully it's not too bad. Can I reach it though? Oof. It's hard to say if I'd ever reach 300. It doesn't look like it's gonna get very close to it. So let's go 350 maybe. Pretty good. 350 might be enough to get us to 300, but still able to do it. Like the 100 range is just not gonna last long. Let's be real here. Wow, it's crazy how it doesn't really matter. Once you hit that wall, it's like, oh man, this multiplier does almost nothing. And this thing just reduces. So I think it would be something like changing this to 60 might be able to help with it. Just a bit, like get it a little closer. Maybe if I get to set it to 60, I can get over 300. Not 60. Maybe we could try 80 then. And something we can do for the super fast speed is just change it so that it's well, it's 150 is the threshold for the other one, right? So now we can get 300 on it. I think that's about good. I think that's what I want, so I think that feels nice. I just spent way too much time on that. Great. So how about sound effects? Brackeys, sound effects.
Want to know why Secret beats degree? It's because just one use of Secret Clinical is equal.
In this video, we're gonna have a look at adding audio to your game.
Also, we can add two other, go to the other information as well. Animator dot set float yvel to rb dot velocity dot y, and that's important because we can just add some more animations here. Now, of course, there's still the blinking animations that I have not added yet, which are such a pain. So the blink doesn't have to last very long, but I don't know. I don't even know, man. Need to add rise and fall now. Next animation, we need to add layers. So let's do, and that means I think I'm just gonna do multiple of them. So duplicate the animation and then change the speed on it manually now. The problem is I have very specific speeds on all of those. So what I think I need to do is change all of these, just different play speeds on the same animation, meaning that the original animations are now meaningless. Yet B, well, ride 0, but ride 1 as its speed is 1.5. Okay, and then you are 2, and then you are 2.3, because I don't know. 2.3. Now that's actually very possible I could reach that. So let's do 2.5 and change you to 450. As long as it's possible to reach 450, it's fine, which I think it will be. I think it will, so therefore it will be. And so what I'm doing is I'm changing what these animations actually are. They're now just different speeds of the same animation. Wow, isn't that cool? That makes my life significantly easier by doing this. 0 at 2 times speed, and then that'll 0 at 5 speed. So now we have all that, and now we can add a fall and a jump script. Now, of course, the wheels can be 0, so there's actually 5 for those two, because wheel speed could be at 0. So now, anyway, we have to create a new animation, which is important. And this new animation is called player underscore fall. Save. Well, now if we go to sprites player, we'll find the fall script and animation frame 1. Animation 2. And then the extra key. And then we have this, the fall animation. Cool, right? Hope you think it's cool. Anyway, now we have also player underscore rise. So much less stressful now. And then we also have player underscore rise. How does these two work? Well, you go to the animator, you tell it from any state. We have fall and rise. Turns out there's more to these, but that's not important. Condition is that y-val is greater than 0.01, or rather less than negative 0.01. Now we can also change this. Oh, it doesn't have exit time. It's nice as a default. And then we can make a transition to you. You have a very similar condition, where your y-val must be greater than 0.01. And then you'll go off. So now, technically, this means that the animation will now play in game. When you jump and fall, okay. Right, because there's no exit. So what this is going to be is make a transition to the idle state from these two. With no exit time, 0 here. And then we'll set y-val, say y-val greater than negative 0.01. It'll go here. Y-val is less it goes there. Similar rules here. So now we can also get in and out of these two animations. So, yay! Great, animations that actually work. But here's the thing, these traditionally must have a speed of 0. Cool. And then what we have to do is we have to copy, paste, copy, paste. I can just paste it a few times actually to create all 5 of them. And then we're going to have to make a series of these to actually work. Paste, paste, paste. And then so I really don't want to deal with all of that nonsense, so I can just really make them all transition back like that. But they transition between each other, make transition if W speed is greater than 0.01. It's all based on wheel speed. Yay. I hope that means it works still, right? Like that doesn't affect it actually working, does it? I guess I still need to edit these. All right. And now we just have to connect all of these. So far, what I've primarily been doing is making the animations for this stupid character. Because there are too many of them. Oh my gosh. And then I'm going to have to manually connect each of these. Then there's the blinking animation, which I'm not going to focus on blinking animations at the moment. It's greater than 150. 0. Now, one thing is this is 1.5. It's 2, and this is 2.5. And then this is 1, 1.5, 2, 2.5. So they all have some amount of animation speed to them, and it changes depending on how fast the wheels are moving. Which means when you're rising and falling now, I have not finished all the connections, but look, when you're rising, see how the wheels don't move. Well, now if I get it to actually jump, wheels move. Why isn't it working? I don't get why it didn't work. Why? What did this? What? Why? Why no work? Please? Please work. Why? Why did the wheels not start moving? They were supposed to start moving when that happens. I don't care about pedaling, to be honest. Anyway, actually, no, let's not make a transition. I can't change my mind if we're going to make a transition from you to you or not, because you're being weird. As exit time, no. 0. And this is if wheel speed is actually less than 150. Greater than 300. I so hate this system. I wish you had to add this, right? I don't want that defaulted. Thank you. Like, 450. I still have yet to add all the controls for the player, and that's getting a little bit concerning, right? The player still doesn't have all of its controls. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. I mean, for the most part, the player is pretty much there, but you know, there are definitely controls the player doesn't have. Mainly just the control to, I think the only real control is that it doesn't know how to run yet. And I haven't added any objects yet. Like, I haven't even gotten started on possibly making the map yet. So now we have less than 450. Now, here's the thing. Those are the fall animations, right? So they should activate when I'm falling. So if we can actually manage to jump in this game, you'd expect it to work, but they don't. They don't work. Look at this. But why? Why are the wheels not moving? They have speed. Here, let's set all of the speeds to 1. Oh. Wait, you can do that? Oh, wow. Wait. That makes my life so much easier. What if I just gave up on all of that and then just did this? And that would be easier. I mean, yeah, this would be nicer, but like, this is so much easier, right? I just do that. You know what? I really have a hard time deleting all of those, so I'm going to delete the transitions instead. Can you delete a transition? But hello? Apparently not. Oh well. Better hope this works, otherwise I'm going insane. This is a parameter that's changed by WS. Cool, right? So does that work? Does that in theory? Oh, right. Oh, yeah, no. We'd have to, correctly. So if I click, if I get a jump in, if I get a jump in. Oh yeah, wait, that's not even a key to jump. Yeah, no, the animation just doesn't exist. What the heck? Hold on. What the heck is wrong with these two animations? Rise? and then fall. There's definitely an animation that should play, but they just don't work at all. Oh, is it because... Oh, yeah, I remember now. Change that. Position to self should be off. That's why. Anyway. So we have to start at something insanely low. Since 300's the highest, or 450 is what I'd want at max. Would be fifth. One, 2 times. So 0. About 0. Wait, only 0.5? No, because a fifth would just give you to 100. So it'd be 0.05, I think. Oh, 0.005. Is that how that would work? Wait, hold on. Bit speed was 100. It'd be playing about half speed. Okay. So maybe instead of that, we would just set you to 1. That would make that a little too much. So 0.05 seems good. So let's see if this works. 0.05. 0.005. Because I think that will make this 0.05. I think this would make this more accurate, better animation here. This one doesn't have that because it's nice and easy. The amount of work I put into these stupid animations just for them to look right. If we jump. Like, that's just how slow it is. It's just how it is. So this game looks fine so far. I mean, animation wise, it looks fine. How to create a stamina bar unity. So we need a UI. I guess I can't use that, can I? Which is an odd rule. Yeah, we need a UI. Another image in front of that. And then stam and bar. So the stamina bar is just gonna be a bit black background, and this image can be, you know, it's actually really useful for what I'm doing. It's just a half on all of them. Oh, this perfect gray here. That's what this one's. The actual bar will fill up with this perfect gray. Let's make it 90, 90. They said something about fill. I think that's a little bit. Yeah, that might be a little too much. What? Oh wait, that doesn't work like how the other one does. Let's shrink it a bit. That would look pretty nice. I think that works. For width, to get a similar fill, we're gonna have to use like 95 or 98. About 98, I think, we have a similar feel. And then we're going to put so now we get this. I guess stamina can be stored as a variable like that. Just I don't know. Stamina bar will also need the object or UI object. All right, what font? Oh, okay, never mind. We can use regular boring old text. Not Arial. Stamina. What in this world is this? For my text looking like text, thank you very much. The stamina our base is going to be a square. I want to change it without stretching. you. I ever change this now, it's going to change all of them. Great. So now what I'm going to do is set this to be completely transparent. And now I can make my text look normal very easily by going 1, 1, and now we get pretty normal looking text. I don't know how that works, to be honest, so I'm going to use this. Stamina. Font size 32, maybe. No. 16. 16. 20. Stamina. Actual game, it just looks like that. Not bad. It'll work. So this is going to change and shrink inwards as stamina decreases. Stamina bar. So the player is going to need it. But stamina is going to be held by the control. Public stamina bar. Or stamina bar. And so that was just giving the controls. So while this is on, it will always be doing this. Game object stamina bar. And then public float stamina. So the stamina bar is updated with this. So if input dot get button down, whatever, then stamina minus equals 0.01, 0.02, else if stamina is less than 1, then stamina equals plus equals 0.01. I feel like this means it's going to drain stamina insanely fast though, which means these probably need something to slow them down, possibly just lower numbers. Then stamina bar. How to get children of a game object transform. Right? Dot rect transform of component. Get component rect transform. Here. Rect transform. Transform. Dot width equals 98 times stamina. And I hope that this works. You know? Alright. Figure out one. Nope. Is that how you write else's in this? Where? This is missing this. What line? 26. Like that. I have been doing way too much scripting in Roblox. Alright. Rect transform. Pretty. Um, okay. lot of these have to do with doubles and floats. Oh, so just because it is. These two. I think it might be size delta dot x. Might be what I want. I don't know. And we're about to find out if I know. Yep, that's interesting. Don't know how this works. And how I just all I wanted to change was these two values, right? But these two values apparently don't actually exist. How to change the width of a rect transform. Okay. Oh. Well, yeah, because wait, what was I trying? Oh, okay. So to do this equals a new vector 2. If I did vector 2, the other one is equal to 90. I know that, so it's fine. All right. Did that all correctly. Got to change that. Now, the next thing that will error is the input because I've not created one. Project settings, input manager. Name pedal or shift. What? Wait, I added shift as the button. Oh, okay. Is it left shift, right shift, or R shift? Unity input manager. Shift key. Does it recognize the left shift here then? Okay. Right shift. So just options here. Okay, so cool. So now we have something called shift. Nice. I'm gonna close you now. Go here. We're going to hit shift. File save. Now the next thing is going to, of course, being actually doing something with this information, and now this is going to freeze for the next 10 years. Great. 4 hours. I've almost done nothing in the game. Almost nothing. I've barely gotten any work done. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. I forgot to add stamina bar. And stamina is supposed to be set to 1 at the start. I forgot to do that. 1F. So that will be nice. Go ahead and change this to 1 because that's what it was originally supposed to be anyway. Do what? Give button. Hold on, let me look at this. Input class unity. Oh. Get button shift. What we need. We also need to get button down. Get button up. So we need to go here and we need to have something called public float emults equals. And then what we need over here is to go I guess I could just do get access because it's only a positive number value that can give. It'll give me 1, but I guess it needs that plus that. So em.p_mult equals input dot get access raw shift times plus 1f. So it just adds 1 to whatever it is. Once that, you divide that by 2 for the sanity of everything. So we'll add half. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go down here and notice this thing where we're going to actually change this 80 to times p_mult. And I do believe that would allow for the possibility when you're shifting to go faster than 350. If I have done everything correctly. There's a big assumption here that I've done everything correctly. So while I hold shift, whoa, I was very much correct about that, but that actually kind of looks cool. Okay, so now what we're going to immediately do is change the player control. Forget to save both. Might have forgotten to save you too. I don't know why I went ahead and saved it there, but now this should be a little bit better. That should be about 1/10 of the rate it was going down before. That should be good. So you can definitely use this. Maybe it can be higher. I think 2 might work. I mean, it's a little bit ridiculous, but No. You divide it by 1.5, okay? Let's slowly increase it to 2 because 2 might be too fast. I mean, right. 5, let's change it to this, let's put an F on it. Right. Cool. Save it, right? Yep. Alright. So our stamina bar should be fine. Grab this. So boom. I mean, yeah, it's fine, I guess, but it needs to be a little bit more. I'm gonna go ahead and increase it to 2. See if it's fast. I don't know how fast this thing actually gets from this, but let's see. Let's see if 2 is fine. Oh wait, no, not 2. No, hold on. No, we change this to 1F, and we can also like keep changing this value. So whatever we change this value to changes how fast it actually works. How fast it will increase our speed as it changes the multiplier. This is full speed boost now. So normal speed that you travel at is like this, right? Okay, and you have speed boost. Okay, it was definitely faster, but it could be faster, you know. Definitely faster, but could be faster. So let's actually do something absolutely crazy on this and see just how insanely fast we can get this thing going. I want you to be able to go fast. And you know what? Actually, we're going to change something else too. We're going to make this decrease at about half of that rate. Right? No reason making this system, you know, painful, you know. Yeah, ridiculously fast. So there's absolutely no friction on the wheels once that happens. Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. But man. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Well, we can go to the sound tutorial maybe now. Actually, no. I don't think we can. We should probably do more animation stuff now. Although it's really unnecessary, I guess. Yeah, I guess we don't need it at the moment. All of the animations that are important are in the game at the moment. So we don't really need anything else. The blinking is more of a side thing that I could do later when I have the time. But anyway. So all of this works now. I think you can maybe put that on the canvas and then put it in the background. I don't know. Anyway, we need more ground thing, right? Look at all this ground. There's not very much of it, and it's very troublesome. So from now on, since this will be troublesome with the amount we have, I'm just going to duplicate it. It's pretty close. Like, so close you wouldn't notice it being off. So this is a decent amount of ground. Now I only. Oh crap. Still fell off. So if only, bro. If only. I keep falling off. I actually keep falling. Wait, did I change direction in air? No, that's not possible. No, it's simply not. That works, though. That works so well. And then here's the thing. If you do a little shift and then you keep going, you slow down. Like, it's so smooth. And then you have to brake. You don't even have to keep pedaling. You just go whoosh, and then you just go. Or actually just whoom, and then just let go. And you just keep going. Like, it's such a good physics engine, bro. It works really well. It plays nicely. If only it would actually get the button down, not registering. But I'm not. Whatever. I literally cannot deal with this. Right? I don't know why it doesn't work. Here. We can change this. If input.get axis raw jump is greater than 1. Then we're going to run this is equal to true, not greater than 1, greater than 0, else pm dot attempting jump equals false. Does this work? Like, I think this might make the controls a lot nicer, but we'll have to see here. This is a better control scheme for it. Hold on, it worked on. Oh my gosh, it's actually working every time. Wow. Wow, hold on. This. And notably, it's not messing anything up. So the whole system, there's actually a delay. You cannot immediately jump upon landing. You actually have to land for 1 frame, I think, before you can jump, which is something someone will eventually notice if this game ever gets stupid serious for some reason. And the reason for that is because it's the way to stop the possibility of jumping in the air. The method for doing so. Anyway, jumping now works consistently, which is really nice. Now we have to create obstacles. So time to go grab the assets for obstacles. Holy cow, what the heck? I just have 17 notifications. Who is this man and why has he liked me so many times? Okay. Like that. Good. Anyway, my gallery. Let's go to go get all the obstacles. So we can do orbs 1 by 1. Download, put it in here. Are all of these going to be 2000 by 2000? What? Rename. Yellow, blue, orb. Okay. Hey yo, why are you like not showing it? Download. Why black is in the color palette is beyond me. CIO, orange, orb. So these will have different mechanisms that I have to make program. Spike is going to be still fun. We're going to work on orbs first, I think, because they'll be easier. And the other. Oh, download. That's not what I was trying to do. Gray orb. Maybe this game is a little ambitious. Given the amount of time I have left, maybe it was a bit ambitious. But we're gonna work on the orbs first here.
I'm not gonna use mithril daggers, right?
We gotta keep going. It won't tell me what the scale of these are here, so that's really not useful, but we can go here, we can go to obstacles, figure out ourselves, scale properties, size. Okay, so it's 75, so let's assume that all of these are 75. Till proven otherwise. Alright, offset for some reason. Okay. So now we're going to need to create code for each of these. Let's close all ground. Just add the object sprite. Let's set it to be the blue orb. We need a rigid body, 2D. Static, sort of most of that. Then circle, collider 2D, modify. There we go. You blue orb. Blue orb. Alright, great. It's just a trigger though. So, how to use a trigger collider Unity.
In order to make a collider into a trigger, we simply check the Is Trigger checkbox on the component settings in the inspector. When a collider is a trigger, things will no longer bump into it. Instead, they will pass through it, and this can be detected via code. Similar to normal colliders, events are called when other colliders are overlapping with the trigger collider. In this example, we have a box collider with Is Trigger checked, and a falling prop semiflange object. This object enters the trigger, stays as it rolls forward, and then exits. To check these events, we attach a script to the trigger, which is registering on trigger enter and logging to the console, and likewise on trigger stay and on trigger exit. So if we pause the game and step through a frame at a time, looking at the console will show that the object enters the trigger, stays for a number of frames, and eventually exits the trigger. In the same way as standard collisions, one of the two objects must have a rigid body. It's standard practice to make your trigger zones a static object, i.e. not one that will be moved by the physics engine. So usually you'll make a trigger and then pass a rigid body through it. This example is no different. We're passing our rigid body object through the trigger zone and detecting when something enters that trigger. So the intention with a trigger collider, also known as a trigger,
but it didn't work, I thought before. So let's go ahead and try this again. So we're going to add a new script called orb behavior. New script orb behavior. Yep. Wait, what? Boom. Now where did it put that? To be honest, I don't know. Put that in scripts. And now what we're gonna do, open this thing. And apparently, if I'm reading this correctly, first we just need going to need a public, not really a public, it needs to be something that says has entered full has entered actually I just need on trigger enter, since it will automatically do everything else and it will only trigger it when it goes in the first time, so I don't need that. So all I need is an void on trigger enter collider other
zone is that you can call code without the objects in your game physically colliding. So for example, with our hover pad, we can add a force to our Sammer flange to give the effect of it hovering, so long as it stays within the trigger zone. For example, it's and up, and we'll finish out the add force by choosing
other dot name if other dot name equals player, then other dot body dot velocity equals new vector 2 other dot rigid body dot velocity x and this y. Now, if this goes without errors, it would be insane. Project needs scripts. What to do? Okay. Two D 2D 2D. So I guess this is just gonna be a alright. For whatever reason, every object in the history of ever is in the middle of flipping nowhere. Oh, you know, 1, 2, 3, 6. Z that it needs to be visible. I could have set this up better, but whatever. Alright, now That did nothing. It didn't even, like, I don't even think it triggered. Did it? I don't know. I will never know. Okay. So either it's not detecting it as the player, or dot parent name. Is there even a property called that? Is it just dot name? I don't know. Okay. Does it have a property called dot name with lower? Does. Is this dot name correct? I'm going to let me. No. Okay. Game object dot name. Does this work? Can you just tell me what, like, all this information? Please. Debug. Log. Other name. Other dot name plus this space plus other dot game object dot name. Yep. Just please tell me what on earth this is supposed to be. Oh yeah, of course. It's not even detecting the collision again. Why?
Acceleration as the mode.
Works for him. Trigger collider not detecting. Wait, hold on. If I said kinematic. I want it to be here. I said kinematic, but if I set you to kinematic, does it work? No. Why? This is like the stupidest bug of all time. What the? Why? Why? Yeah, they both have colliders. Okay, but that's not like not even an issue. It's the fact that it's not even detecting. See if I can find anyone who knows what's happening. Alright, well, here. I just set you to, I don't know, on collision enter instead. Collision enter. Will you work? Or is, I don't know what's fundamentally wrong with my component. Be of type collision. Game object. Is that what this one's then? The message parameter has to be of type collision. What? Don't get it. Like, okay, let's set this back. One, if I save this, it's just gonna keep erroring. And it's saying at line what? It doesn't even say a line. What is this code? Okay, look, on trigger. Trigger, enter, 2D. You have to put 2D at the end of its name. There's no way. What is this error? What is this error that I'm getting? I don't know what this is. Okay, here. On. Trigger, enter, 2D. We're gonna go do some digging here. Collider 2D, what we have to put here. Collider 2D. Okay. Interesting. Will it detect the player? It did. They are both called player. And it worked. Why did it only work for a second? What's actually changing my velocity back? There's nothing that should change my velocity vector back to the other direction, right? Until I hit the ground. Unless I hit the ground, it should not change, right? And yet, it didn't do that. I guess it should also change. other dot and player move dot wheel speed equal times equals -1. Oh, we're going to do two different things to this. No, I don't want to save that. Save all. Alright. So hopefully in theory this will work. Is my error because it's on object. Look at this. It when you first enter, it listens, and then it switches back. Oh, cause I'm holding the arrow keys. Hold on. Until I hit the ground, it will change. So here, let's move this up. And I think the effect might be more noticeable. So if I go, if I jump, let go, and it'll go switch me over. So it's definitely working, which is good, which means we have one of them done. That and prefabs. What are you yapping about? Wait, what? Why? Wait, what? Hold on, this is something interesting. I was mentioned. Wait, where do I find that? Where in this world do I find this mention? Wait, how? No, how do I find it? It's not telling me where it is. It's not showing up in here. And it's not showing up in my notifications anymore. What the heck? Okay, well, I suppose that's gone forever now. The heck? I'll never know what video I was mentioned in. Anyway, so here's the thing about a blue orb. Like, the basic template for this, I should be able to reuse, right? Most of this is just reusable. I just have to change the behavior, right? So if I, wait a second. Variant. Then we're going to call you. Gray orb should be easy as well. Gray orb. Now gray orb is going to change. It's going to have a different sprite. Gray orb sprite. Cool. Now we're going to set it to going to behavior. Give it gray orb behavior script. Enter. assets. It's the bigger assets. Scripts. Okay. Go ahead, lag away. And create a word. That's interesting. Then we go to you. And then we're going to copy this script's code, except for change this to gray. Gray orb behavior. And it doesn't care about this. And instead, what it's going to do is change times equals 0. So this is literally a break orb. It will break. All it does it makes you break. So I guess this one's going to be interesting to test. This is okay. Work system. It's considered a variant. Alright. So there's not much that this gray orb does. So if I go back, I sprint jump, you can see how much slower it'd be than if I did the same thing over here. See how much I'm still fast. So the gray orb does in fact, here, I'm just like a bit fast around and I stop. So the gray orb is a break orb and it works perfectly. Here, let's go to the sound introduction.
The first part of the video will be an introduction to audio in Unity. We'll be setting up an audio listener and adjusting some audio source components to add sounds. And then in the second part of the video, I'll show you how to make an audio manager. The audio manager makes it really quick and easy to add new sounds and play them through script. I'll have a link where you can download it and make a planet. It's my now it should be totally silent. So the most common player or radio listener. All this component does is, well, listen for sounds. That also means that the game object that you put your audio listener on will be the place from where you hear sounds in 3D. That's why it's most commonly put on the camera. The next thing we need is an audio source. If we go to any game object in our scene, I'm just going to select the player. We can go ahead and add a new component, and let's add the audio source. This component is responsible for playing an audio clip, and that's also the first thing we have to specify. I've gone ahead and imported a few audio clips. Unity supports most file formats. All of these are in MP3. If we click on any of them, a few settings will appear. You can squeeze some performance out of your audio by messing around with these. I'll have a link in the description if you want to read more about that. And
All right. There. I found it. I was mentioned. Video unavailable. This video is private. Drat. I guess I'll just check that out some other time. All right.
if we go ahead and hit play, we can have a listen. So let's now select our player.
So, okay. Create player, and then we'll create create empty. That's what I really want. And we'll call it sound machine. Let's call it the sound machine. And the sound machine will have an audio player. That's it. Audio source. And this will contain all the player sounds, the sounds played by the player itself. These are music, so break is one of them. audio clip break output. And we can add to the camera. Oh, it already has audio listener. So when I go here, if I click you and I click you, none. Interesting. I don't think this will just automatically play. It does. It's interesting and annoying. Play on awake. No. You can go ahead and add something else too. Big empty music machine. Play on awake with loop. We can start with sound. Normal Day is not my favorite of the soundtrack, but it is fine. It's alright. We'll add script. Script. Create an ad. And this is pretty simple. It's just going to access the checkpoint value, and when it accesses checkpoint value, so I have to create a whole save system first for that, but in the future this script will manage changing the sound effects or changing the sound. So this is sound machine, so we have break, and sound machine is going to also have its own script called sound and behavior. Create an ad. Very nice. One of the most important things. I don't know what the file, like what kind of thing is. Okay, we should probably just watch this.
And drag in the car sound. By default, our audio source is set to play on awake, so if we now hit play, we should actually hear the sound. Awesome! We have a bunch of ways we can configure this. Most important is the volume of our sound and the spatial blend. This controls whether or not you want your sound to be played in 2D or 3D space. If you select 2D, it will always...
Geez, sound machine doesn't need a script, so remove component. Let's just go to our assets and remove the sound machine script because we will not need it. We will need a music machine script though. Can you please listen to me? There we go. Music machine script is important though, because the
be played with the same volume in both speakers. However, if we slide it towards 3D, the volume of the sound is going to depend on how close our audio listener is to the audio source, and it's also going to factor in stuff like the Doppler effect, where sounds moving towards you are more high frequent and sounds moving away get pitched down. So let's try and set this to 3D and have a listen. I think that's a lot better for our game. Finally, this sound should be looping, and so I'm gonna check off loop. Now in my game I have meteors that crash down upon the planet, and when they hit the planet, I want them to make an explosion sound. Luckily, I have it set up in such a way that every time a meteor hits the ground, it's going to spawn a crater object. And so we can simply go ahead and find the prefab for this crater, add an audio source, to add a component called Audio Manager. It's going to be of type C#, and let's say create an ad. Let's double click it to open it up in Visual Studio. In the top here, we can now delete the two using tags and instead write using Unity Engine dot audio.
Oh, I mean, this is really not important, and I'm being very sidetracked here. We don't need to be adding sound right now, actually, in fact. Hold on. I probably should go get something to eat. That's not what I want to play. That took longer than I expected. What am I doing? I don't remember. Okay, well, all of that works, so we're just gonna keep making these orbs because I need to get them done. So anyway, let's go to prefabs. We're gonna create another variant. Or here, let's duplicate, put in here, prefab variant, rename you to orange orb. Here, and rename you to orange orb. The prefab variants, I don't even know what that means. We're going to go here and then we're going to change you to be orange. That's not what I wanted. Orange. Remove component. And then we're going to go get new script orange orb behavior, boom, new script. Alright, adding it and creating it, whatnot. Let's go here, throw in scripts, go to scripts, orange, behavior, copy gray orb, paste it in here, change this to orange. Or if it's not player move, it's player controller, no control, and then it's going to be stamina. Stamina equals 1. Another line says dot see. Stamina bar and we just do this. Since it will be full. Behavior, hope it doesn't error. Alright, cool. Leave. This is now an orange orb. Put it over here. This one should be pretty quick and easy to test if it works. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of all these stupid logs. So let's go back into here now that I don't need this anymore. File, save all. Alright, now we need to make another one. This one's the arrow orb A and then arrow orb B. Or we can all just do this with one arrow orb mechanism, and I just need the B sprite to be saved into it as a static. Let's okay, blue orb, move it. This into prefabs, create prefab variant, rename the variant, arrow orb. Arrow orb's a little more complicated of script, because there will be certain things that I actually have to change between the arrow orbs. Really, it's just whether or not it's a B and the B thing. This is arrow orb, and then we're going to go arrow. We're going to component. add component, arrow or behavior. Or behavior. Now we're going to say that it has public static sprite. Is it sprite? Does sprite work? I think so. Sprite arrow b and public bool is b. It's false by default. I'll save all. And what? Okay, well, we'll just delete this other one. What I have open. Close it. Set the scripts. Reopen it. All today. Now, arrow or behavior. Right, so sprite was not the correct name for it. I'm surprised it did not error. So what it's supposed to be called is else. So let's see. Sprite renderer. Okay, well that's interesting. Okay, so I think I'm gonna make it not static then. Now, is that inefficient? Highly. That is highly inefficient. However, now similar to all of the others, probably best to go blue. I think we're going to also have this. However, on start, it has to know is B. If is B game get component right render but right equals arrow B. And I just have to flip the X and Y's to so now I have to figure out which one to do. Oh, this is actually a complicated system now, isn't it? I guess it'd be best to just figure it out. We also have the not public vector to force not set by default, it's on here. And we'll set up an else. And we'll actually set up right r equals this, and I have to do that anyway. I clicked equal. Are you going to do a new line? No. sr dot right. This. You need it. Two. And now we can use these to figure out what the force should be. Now this is if it's a B. Now, actually, we can put this right here. If star x true, then we have well, I guess flip x isn't what we need. We need to use rotations. So flip x just changes that. Let's see. Rotate 90. Mess with it too much. So what we actually need is transform. So we can actually go ahead and undo everything I just did. Right. This needs to be here though. Anywho. Well, actually, I do still need to check if this, else this, setting the force. But it is a switch more so. I think we have more things to do, so. Make a series of if transform dot Euler angles, probably Euler angles that I want. E 0. Then force equals new vector 2. By default, it should be 500 times 500 0. It's just easier this way. It's equal to 90. Comes 500 this way, 0 this way. It's 270. It becomes negative 500. If it's 180, 270. It's negative 500 this way. Boom. Uses these mechanics, which I think are correct. Let's just hope this doesn't be an error. A bunch of this was expected, which is to be expected. What do you know? Hold on. Transform community. Okay, well, we can just put local in front of it. Cool. All right. That'd be the same thing as cosine of pi over 500. In approximation, it will be 304. So we'll the next one. -90 means the x will be negative. Another x and y will be negative. Plus the y will be negative. So this is how you get all the different forces. Now, it was remember how we had this system. We don't need to change wheel speed for this one. Well, it's actually going to be different. It's plus equals force. That's it. That should work. I can't believe I did that. Something that stupid. Oh crap, I forgot to change it. Whoop. I'm programming. That's what I'm up to. Valid expression. Yes. Oh, I did that one. That should be it. Let's leave this. Have our arrow work. Now I can put this somewhere like here. Wait, I forgot to actually do something. We go back to prefabs, reopen you. I forgot to add this sprite in arrow or B sprite. Alright, there we go. Now it should be good. So this is not a B. Let's see if this one works.
You wouldn't understand. I'm working with 27 colors. I can't do that. Mm-mm. My color palette does not have a closer color to brown. Let's see. Because I only have 27 colors. I just explained that, actually. There. I really don't have time to display every single color that I have. But, you know what? Sacrifices. 6x6. Okay. Oh, explain it. It's not the correct gray. Of course not. Why would it actually give me the correct gray? Let's see. Of course, I have 255. Oh my gosh, this is so annoying to work with. No, I'm just using this to show you. I'm not using GIMP right now. Yeah, my specific color palette, I'm drawing it now as I can. I was using that before. You have this. There is only so many colors here. Got that color. Got that color. I mean, like, there's only 27 colors here, so. Boop. Then there's more colors. Pink. Yellow. Cyan. I mean, like, I'm showing you every color that I can use. The whole palette here. It's a lot of work. So those are all the, like, most vibrant colors. Next is the pastels, which is pastel colors too. That orange seems good for the grass. Try it. No. 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 And then you have the deep colors, which are... Let's start from red because I'm lazy. You have the deep colors. Yeah. Because that takes a lot of work, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to go through and do all of that. I already made all the ground sprites. It's too late. So this is the color palette. As you can see, in my opinion, this is the closest to a brown, and in my opinion, it looks fine. Like, this doesn't look that bad. Yeah, whatever. Call me what you want. So that probably means that force isn't being set to anything. Is it? Oh, it's so annoying. Hold on, let me print. Or actually, debug.log transform dot local Euler angles dot z. It's also not just laziness. I have like 3-ish hours here. I don't have enough time to go doing all that nonsense to get perfect colors. There's a ton of other textures I'd have to change. You don't even... Did I spell it wrong? Is that it? Yeah, I did. Okay. See what it says in the console when we start. It says 0. Okay, that's so cool. Why aren't you working? Oh, it did work that time. Oh, it doesn't work if you're on the ground. What are you talking about at this point? No, the dirt here, see how there's this ground sprite here? Or rather, that's the prefab. Well, there's actually, hold on, let me pull this out. a bunch of other ground sprites too. We have this ground sprite, we have this ground sprite, this ground sprite, this ground sprite, this ground sprite, and this ground sprite. And I'd have to go through all of those to change them, which I don't feel like doing. And I don't have time to be doing. I have made the executive decision. This is the color of the dirt. Deal with the executive decision. I think this would be better if I put it up a little more. So you cannot just kind of go and touch them. Whoa. I don't have my Don't. It doesn't matter. Stop. Also, that red or that orange is like this color. It's way too bright. It look hideous. Anyway, now I can also change this to 90. And it should, in theory, have changed the thing. To a spring. And I'm in space. I can't actually change where I fall. I think I hit the gray orb. That's interesting. No. Okay. Next, we can change this to is B, and now it will change its design upon loading, and should fling me appropriately this way. So yes, cool. So that means the arrow orb is done. Now we have more fun stuff to program. Aren't you all excited for fun stuff to program? Aren't you? Oh my goodness. Part of it. I mean, there's like 7 other songs, so. This one's not my favorite of the 8 songs, so. It's not the worst to listen to, but. One of them is purposefully awful, so. Anyway, let's see. We have a public pool dying equals false. Now the problem is that in order for this to work, you really need like data. Like something keeping hold of the checkpoint. Oh. We'll have to work with that later, but animator set pool dying. Seems good. That was what I called it, right? Yep. I don't actually have anything set up for it at the moment. Let's see, sharp they went. But Unity gave up on everything as a hit. What can I say? Should have tried harder. Let's see. I think that's all I'm going to do here for now. Yeah. Next is Spike. A spike shouldn't be too hard. Let me go download its sprite real quick. Boom. That's not where this goes. This goes in obstacles. And then we're going to rename you CIO Spike. Alright, that should be right. Of course, I understand what you're saying. My English was bad back then. Well, then you should have watched a tutorial in Arabic. Now, here's the problem. I actually don't know how I'm going to implement a spike yet, really. But its mechanics are relatively simple. So, first of all, yeah, wait, do I have all of them set right? All of these are set, so this one needs to be 75 as well. Apply. And then get the spike, we can add rigid body 2D. We're going to set you to kinematic. I think I set you guys to continuous. Add component, circle collider 2D. Maybe using a circle collider is a bit outrageous, but oh well. Modify this. That should be good. That's good enough. I decided. Oh, look at that. That's I don't think there were any Unity 2D courses in Arabic back then. Maybe we have now. I don't know. Is trigger. And then we're going to create a new script called spike behavior. New script. Create it. So spike is pretty simple behavior wise. Still creating it, I guess. Right, it's here. Scripts. And then open spike behavior. We'll also go here, just remove the debug. We don't want anything like that left that we aren't using. Now let's go to spike. I can copy this part of the behavior into spike because it's going to be very similar. Really, is it? No, it's not. I should have used a different one, but whatever. We're gonna go to player move instead. Not dying. Equals true. Boom. When will you finish the product? Or oh, the deadline is 11 p.m. Sunday. So that's pretty cool. Yay! That's why I'm suffering actually. Oh, okay. So since we got this far, I guess I'll go ahead and add the animation. Go ahead and create an animation for it. Go to player. Let's go create new. We're going to create one called player underscore die. Save. Go to player sprites. We will select these three, paste them in here. To 12. This should be pretty good. No, I'm good. No, I'm good. That's not how that works. Let's put another one here. So it goes. And then you'd fly away when he dies. Ooh. Alright, let's go to animator from any state. Make transition. Touch the player die. Change the transitions. Make this 0. The condition is dying equals true. Go back to player idle. If dying equals false. Alright. Who calls me ZZ? Calls me that. Alright. So this is exciting. What's exit? I don't know what that does. So, alright, we got all of this now. Now we need a way to actually turn off dying. So as it stands, if I'm correct, how this will work. Oh crap, I forgot. Sir Spikington, you must be I don't know if I still have this number actually in the list. Thanks, yes I do. Alright, cool. Sir Spikington, you need to be in existence, please. Thank you. Oops. Oops. Okay, Sir Arrow Orb, please go up a little bit. I would prefer not being sent into oblivion. Thank you. This goes. Ooh. Oh, whoa. It bugged out. It was not ready to be falling while doing that. No, stop making up nicknames, bro. Don't do it. If not dying, do all this. Wait, no. Everything. Stop. Stop. I hate when it does that. Let's get rid of all of this. Else. Animator dot set float ws. What was your Tokupona name? Let's see. Probably something like Cyan. I think that was my name. I don't remember actually. 0. Oh, forgot that. That's why it did something funky. Animator dot set float, or set bool actually. Set bool. I can type. Don't worry. Set bool pedaling false, and animator dot set float y val to 0. So that way everything will be stable while I'm dying. And not dying. Instead of just adding not dying, if not dying, then we're going to do everything up till here. You could eliminate one English letter and add another letter that doesn't exist in English. What will you choose? I'd get rid of Q and give myself back Ed. Or not Ed, Thorn. I think I like Thorn more than Ed. So add back Thorn, get rid of a Q. Just replace Q with K. So this will make it, this is pretty simple. Did I save it? So now we'll go play. You die. Look at that. I forgot something. Notice how the animation wasn't playing? I forgot to say turn itself off. Thorn. How do you spell that letter? Fun. Letter. Now don't freak out when you see its name. Don't freak out. Don't worry about it. Thorn. That's how you spell it. Yep. That's the spelling. Deal with it. And what the letter looks like in its capital form. It sounds like a TH sound. It just replaces TH. Let's add a dying counter as well. Public float dying C equals 0f. Both. I mean, sometimes it's only in 3 depending on who's using it, but traditionally you can use it for both. So it just replaces TH. It's just convenient. It's just convenient. More convenient than Q, which is really not doing anything ever. It can just literally be A for the most part. just add everything into U. Get rid of U. Also. Plus equals 1. Actually, we can just not make this an F float at all. We can just make it an integer. Or just make it a float. And then dying counter plus equals 1. Wait, did I seriously spell dying like that? Dying C. Dying C. There you go. Here's my favorite. Look, I'm kind of in the middle of something. I don't got time for nonsense in games. I don't got time for nonsense in games. Dying counter. So plus equals 1. And we'll have if dying equals about 300. See ya. Okay, what was the filing error? Yep. That was exciting. Add back to 0, change that to a 3. Wait, I'm watching Zion 2.0. Where's Zion? He failed for stealing $1. I don't know. Wait, what? Why did I jump up and down? Wait, what's actually pulling me back down? Is that gravity doing that? So you start hopping? Can I cancel gravity? Can I cancel gravity? One, we can lower this a bit, and we need to turn off gravity. So let's see, how would I do that? get component rigid body or isn't that just RB? Don't I just have something called RB? Yes. You just get RB dot rigid body duty. It equals false. RB dot simulated equals true. Now let's see if this goes horribly wrong. It's very possible. Let's see if I just get flown away before coming back. That's a little long, I guess. Get wrecked, nerd. Other things is wheel speed 0, RB dot velocity equals new vectored 0, 0. In theory, you'll also change position to some checkpoint, but we don't have that yet, so. I'm gonna make that about a lot of it shorter. Say if this is too short. See if it's too short. Can I get off this thing? Wait, I forgot. I can't move in the air. Help. 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 I actually can't escape this thing's grasp. I had no expectation that this would be a problem. But I suppose it is an issue, isn't it? In traditionally you would never be able to actually do this. Help. I have actually no way of escaping this. It's funny. So, yeah, that's just a small problem that occurred. Now, there's another issue I can have because of the way my program's set up right now. Oh, crap. That's not what I wanted. Wait. Wait. I didn't want to do that. I love how nice and easy this game is to play and control. Don't you? Please, please don't say it's too far. Please don't say it's too far. Oh, crap. I actually couldn't do it right. It's crazy. Now I'm gonna jump really high, but hopefully my velocity is low enough. I actually fell through it. That's crazy. See if I can hit it. the spike all the way down. There we go. Now, okay, so this is the other issue I want to talk about. Is getting in an infinite death loop. Is theoretically possible in this system. Now in the full thing, no, it won't be a thing you can do. You cannot accomplish the same feat. But as we have it right now, you can get an infinite death loop. Now all that's left is ice to program. Let's go get ice. CIO ice. It's very convenient having drawn most of these yesterday. However, we now have to actually create this. Also, we need to put this in prefabs. Prefabs. Yay. Okay. Rename you to Spike. Anyway, so now what we have to do is create ice, which is going to be super fun and exciting. So first we put down the ice. First we fix the ice's sprite size. Be 75, I think should work correctly. Yes, apply. The bigger. So that's actually still not quite. I don't think that up a little above. I think it's barely above it. Anyway, so we have this ice now, and so ice is slippery if you didn't know. Which ice actually probably has one of the simplest mechanics. It's just gonna make it slippery, and that's all it does. We know one ice behavior. New script. Great. We have other things we have to add to this too. Notably. Let's just use a box collider 2D for this, as well as rigid body 2D. This is going to be just kinematic. Nothing crazy. And then this is going to be trigger. Wait, hold on. I did say use trigger, right? I somehow forgot I did that. And now this box is a bit big, so let's change it. Primarily, I'm just going to reduce that there. Increase its height a bit. And go like this. That's it. That's the collision box for some ice. Okay. And it will make you slip. And I mean it will be very slippery mechanics. So let's see. Like the ultimate slippery mechanics here. So anyway. So let's go to ice behavior. Open it up. That work? I don't actually know if that. I don't think that did anything. No. Let's go to assets, move it into scripts, and then go to scripts. After 5 years, go into scripts. I didn't mean to open that, so whatever. Ice behavior. Yep. So ice behavior has similarly an on-trigger mechanic, right? Similarly, just a basic on-trigger enter. It has to turn ice on ice true. That's pretty simple mechanic, and on ice equaling true should automatically actually do the mechanic of being on ice. And then what we'll do is we need on exit as well. So unlike the other ones, we have to add an exit. which will set it to false. So that's it. That should be all the behavior I need for ice to work. That should be it. Like, I set up ice technically kind of already. So, oh crap, I forgot, you know, random layer nonsense. Alright, let's go find that number again. There it is. Magic number to actually make things display. Cool. Wait, what? Oh crap. What happened? Wait, why? Okay, that didn't work as I expected. Kinematic. Why did I get stuck? Like, what was that? Why does it look buggy too? So you can just get ditched on ice, which is not how that's supposed to work. So we need to create a new physics material. Is Max Gates to friction 0. And then what is this? 0 to now technically the block under it should also have this material attached to it. No, it's not actually wholly onto a block, so we have to kind of just hope that that's enough to fix it a bit. Nope, I got frictioned into oblivion. I did set up ice correctly, right? So if not on ground, but if it's on ground and not on ice, it does the friction mechanic. So it's not my friction mechanics. So I guess in order to keep it working, if on ice, see all these reductions? One, we don't need that at all. You can jump on ice. We allow it. So we will create an inverse version of friction that actually makes you go faster. Now, does this work? We're about to find out. Essentially, what I have to do is create the right amount of pull to balance out actual friction and give you the experience that you have no friction on the ice. Yeah, that still got me stuck. Yeah. So, of course, there are values that are way too high. So just to go for a way too high estimate, we can go for this value, right? This is way too high and is going to make me super slip on this ice. Actually, it won't just slip, I will vault on the ice. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, I added on to the wrong thing. Probably should stop running the game when I do that. So I assume I can move again. Wow, let's go onto the ice. So yeah, that is way too much to do that. To counteract friction. Oh my gosh, I did it again. Oh my gosh, I literally can't with myself right now. I keep increasing friction on ground instead of decreasing the power of friction on the ice. You need just the right number so that it will let you. See how that still sped you up eventually? Like eventually it's like, oh, that's slippery. Boom! Rocket. That's the thing. I don't think you'd ever actually be on one of these for too long because you'll just always go flying, I think. Like, especially if you're going at a certain speed, you probably will just get boosted, speed boosted while on the ice. But the point is to kind of just counteract the friction of the ice, so let's go on it. Wait, was that actually too little? See. So when I went at it slow, I just got stuck. But if I came at it with some speed, right? No, that's actually too little to counteract it. Yeah. Okay. So I have to come up with the right constant to not get stuck on the ice and not get rocketed. Now, if it's just a bit over, so you're just close to rocketing. If you were on a long stretch of ice, you'd rocket, but not on any normal piece of ice would you actually pick up this in enough speed. Alright, so boom. Oh, you actually got stopped again. My wheel speed is going to oblivion. Wait, okay. Since friction doesn't apply to the wheel speed, I have to remove wheel speed. So this will just be frictionless to wheels automatically now. It's the actual speed that needs to be changed. So let's change it to this. So that will get rid of the bug that your wheels are secretly going insane, right? Just secretly your wheels are actually speeding up. You can just pedal forever and keep getting faster. But anyway. Let's try 1.1 again. I think it might work better now that the wheel speed isn't increasing the entire time. And it's just a fight of the two forces. I think the actual problem was the wheel speed, so if we go across. You can feel it start to pull you, but it doesn't. So it's just like a slippery. Actually still a bit high though. I think it's too noticeable of effect in my opinion. So I think I'd like it to do this. So I want it to be slippery, but not crazy, you know? So let's do this. And then it's also background, round, no, background, J assets, ground assets, player, and orbs. Obs. Foreground. So, yay. Well, you ever use all of these? Probably not, no. ground assets while ground drawing order needs to be the ground and everyone else oh okay, so that automatically changed all of those. It's kind of nice. So that should be good. Now when we go back, you know, ground asset should now be in front. I think I also changed the speed again. Wait, I actually got stuck. It was not enough. So 0.8 is not quite enough. 0.9. Is this just like the perfect amount to create that frictionless experience? At least be close. Like if it's a very slow slowdown or a very slow speed up, it wouldn't be too problematic, right? But if it's like notably you're getting faster or notably you are unable to travel through it, it's a bit troublesome. So you can easily get stuck on ice, which is the thing. Like, kind of like I need to do something about it. Like you need traction a bit. Like you need a small amount of traction and friction on the wheels, but significantly less. You can get stuck on ice, right? And that's like kind of a problem, getting stuck on the ice. Here. If wheel speed is not equal to math.absolute of wheel speed not equal to 0 or greater than 0, so 1, then RB dot. Like we just need a bit, you know, we don't need much. Velocity is new vector. To and RB dot velocity dot x is less, well, or math dot absolute is less than 0.01. Then we're going to add some minor push, give it a minor push of like 40. like 0.01 times 1 times wheel speed 0. So roughly just a little thing to boost you if you slow down on ice. This is just some basic measure to prevent ice trapping and won't be important normally. Unable to convert. Oh no. Yeah, it's because I did this, isn't it? Every time you put a decimal, you gotta remember to put your F. Alright. So this should do a bit to prevent you getting, this should prevent ice trapping. So as you can see, there was something that pushed you along if you get stuck. So, but if you break, it'll just trek you through it. So it looks like you're still getting across it, right? You speed it up a little. Like, there's not even like a problem if you go really fast. It's like whoosh. Why does the player sometimes just decide it's jumping or something? And die. Ah. Now, is it in theory possible to escape this? Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Is it not accepting my inputs? Anywho. Looks like it was still saying I was dying, which is interesting. Once that happens, it should be fine. Anyway. Yeah. No, you're supposed to be teleported back to a checkpoint. I don't have that yet. Anywho. That's all of the mechanics technically done. Now, I'm not exactly happy with ice. I think the value is still a bit high, but I could keep messing with this forever, man. Like, oh, it needs to be 8.5 to work correctly. And this is a little too noticeable, so it's probably 0.01. Like, this is a little adjustment I could make to try and make it a bit better. One thing is just to make it a little bit less start-stoppy. That's the thing, like, it's more likely to cause the stopping now, but you can see that you're making it through the ice slowly. You can try to get out. And pick up some speed with it. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, hold on. I'm chill with it. Hold on, I'm chill with it. Ooh, there's the moonwalking effect where if you get in the ice, right? Moonwalk with that. Oof. Oof. Moonwalk, moonwalk, moonwalk. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. And I got knocked into oblivion. So yeah. So most of the game mechanics work now. Like, I guess a nitpick's going to end up being that thing. So it's like, I need it to be only on certain things, right? If I divided by 16 and rounded it, then multiplied it by 16, I think it might look better. Like, the hidden value is still continuous, but times 16. Do math dot round. Wait, no, divide by 16. Then multiply by 16. I can't remember. That does what? Something wrong. Do you have? No, you don't even have. Using system. It does really double, so you gotta go float. That's so cool. Why are there two of those now? So this should make it look a little bit cooler. Now, I'm not sure if full is even allowed to display via that system. So, here. So that looks better, in my opinion. It fits the aesthetic of the game more. Now you can see that it doesn't actually display it as full. So that means if you get, oh crap, get an orange orb, it will actually really show it displayed as full, which is just a small nitpick, right? Small nitpick. So 98 is considered the full state of it. Now, if we really wanted to, we can figure out what that number is and multiply it by a constant that will change it to look like it's full, which is an over complication of this whole system, but we can do that. So we probably should, as in another nitpick. Right, so now that we have this, let's not die. What is the stamina bar state? 96. So if we multiply it by 96, 98 over 96, what will happen is multiplying by 96 or 98 or 96. Aside another, you know, just another thing and preference of mine that I wanted to actually show the real full state. So you multiply it by a small constant that changes the entirety of how the game works. Now the bar fills just barely. So, you know. When it fills, I forgot to save it. I thought I saved it. That's 98 over 96. When I multiply this by 98 over 96, 96 times 96, 1 over 96, that becomes 1, and it's multiplied by 98. What's wrong with you? I don't get it. Like, the bar should be full. Why isn't it? You know? If it's supposed to be 96, it should be 98 instead. Yep. No, that's what I calculate here. Well, I guess I'll just assume not to trust its math. And to instead add extra unnecessary parentheses that don't do anything. And hope that that magically fixes the problem for some reason. In theory, it should max out at 98 by all theory of math. Look, if I just touch the shift button, it's now stuck at 96. But it was stuck at 96 before. Right? Like, that was what it was stuck at before that moment, too. I change this to be 1. Right? Watch this. It doesn't say something stupid about numbers. Watch. Watch, 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 watch. I'm going to say 96 again if I just tap shift. Interesting. That multiplication did nothing. Nothing. What the... But why are you ignoring my multiplication? Why do you ignore my factor of 96 that I, like, 98 over 96? It just ignored it. I could times equal it by, like, 98 over 96 after. That's going to change that component, which would be annoying, right? You don't want to do that. I could add 2. Doesn't work. That's not nice. How do I make it 98 then? Right? I can do one last thing, which is if this value dot x equals 96, then your diddly darn gonna set this thing equals new vector 2 98 90. That's what you're diddly darn gonna do. And that's forced. Like, you don't get a choice in the matter. These are such strange things to obsess over, but I just can't with it. Like, I need it to not do that when I press shift barely. There we go. See, it looks like it just loads down. It's like a lot more retro and cool looking. Now I'm gonna die and be flung off into oblivion, but now I have not tried a side jump yet. Actually, I don't even have the stuff to really try a side jump. Heck, side jumps are actually impossible because of the touching ground mechanic I enabled. So I actually have to change touching ground, I think. That's not gonna work. So I have to just hope that vertical stops right while I'm on that. So when I hit my head, it won't work. It's only gonna be when I do that. The whole reason I had 2 collision boxes is kind of stupid now. But here, just because I am lazy about doing this, I'm just going to duplicate and put it somewhere. That's over the ice, but oh well. Come on. Come on. Shift. Shift. Wait. Careful. Break. Oh, let's go. Okay, I got on top though. That's not what I wanted to do. thing is, your Y velocity would have to stop, which is like not gonna happen. You'd have to get a 0 Y velocity. How do I make that work? I actually don't know how I would add that mechanic, which was something I really wanted to be in it. Without once again changing the engine completely. Enable for them. I guess I'll just live without it, like, and just hope I can make some fun gameplay without having that mechanic. Okay. So, let's see. What's next? The player controls, obstacles, maps are next. Did the obstacles. Now I have to make the maps. Now to make the maps, I have to make the save system. Because, what do you know, I need the save system in order for this game to correctly work, which means I'm gonna need a menu. Kind of. Not really. So by all means, it should exist, but if it doesn't, it has to create it. So, you know, whatever. This will save the checkpoint data and ending data. To send information between settings, such as how to send information between scenes. Oh, I guess that would work, yeah. Hold on. Alright. Now we have to make the wonderful, beautiful save system.
Many of the new
Duplicate.
Full University's art and
I
design program.
literally just told you to stop. Rockies. Save system. Save system.
So you've made a game and everything plays nicely, except the player has no way to save his progress. Well, fear not, in this video we'll have a look at saving game data locally and safely. But first, this video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN has server locations in over 90 different countries. Then definitely check out that video. For a small amount, it's not a great solution for saving player progress. So another way, good thing about the fact you can make your game moddable, or for this also secure, creating a modify, because actually Unity that contains a or stored in SS is to read the data of any class we feed it and turn it into binary, zeros and ones. We then create a new file on the system through code where the binary formatter can put this data. When we want to load the data back into our game, we simply open up the file, have the binary for that here, and this player has UI using for does change, and now that we know what data we're working with script, we can see that we also have a few methods in here, but these are just for updating the UI, so you can just ignore those. And of course, on top of these two variables, we also have a vector3 storing our position, but this is inside of the transform component. So let's
Now, if someone was a super mega ultra hacker, they could change run data to make the game easier. But I don't care. Frankly. Actually, I don't need this.
Let's go ahead and create a class that will store these 3 pieces of data. So inside of our assets, let's right click, go create. C# script, and let's call it player data, and open it up in Visual Studio. So let's go ahead and remove the 2 methods. We can also delete the mono behavior because this is not going to act as a component in our game. So now we have a completely empty class, and we're ready to start populating it with some variables. The first one is pretty simple. It's a public int containing the level. Then we'll have another.
This is going to be a public int known as checkpoint. Then we have a public bool e and a bool known as g. This is all that needs to be saved. We're not going to save exactly every, certain exact things, but
the public int containing the health. And as for the position, you might want to go ahead and create a public vector3 containing the position. However, as we talked about, we aren't able to serialize stuff that is Unity specific, like a vector3. So instead, let's go ahead and create a float array that is going to store 3 elements, 1 for each coordinate in our position. So now we've defined our data, but we still need to tell the class how to get this from the player. So to do this, let's create a constructor for our class. If you've never worked with constructors before, they pretty much act as setup functions for our class. So let's create a public player data, and this is the syntax for creating a constructor. This is going to take in the data from our player, so it's going to take the player script, and let's just call it player. Now we can take the data from our player script and store it inside of the
call it active data. Its own script that we'll have to work with, but it's going to be called active data. We're going to need to open up now. Active data for now. Just going to have a public int checkpoint. Load music ball public sound effects ball bool e public bool g. So that's it, and bool string which ending, so WE. So this is active data, which is different and important for the save system and certain processes, and a lot of these are going to be public static. These are going to be statics for simple use across the entirety of the project. Checkpoint, these 3, actually these 2 static. Well, so the only one that's not static is the checkpoint, so it's the only thing that actually can change, and that's because checkpoint's only really needed in one scene anyway, so it's not going to be important in the others. It's static or not, so anywho, we don't need any functions
these 3
yet.
variables. So we can go level equals player.level, and that's probably the simplest case. We simply go to our player script and take the level variable, and put it inside of our little variable in our data class. We can do the exact same thing for our health. We'll set health equal to player.
So simply put, we can call you checkpoint. That checkpoint equals active. Yeah, we call this active data AD. And that is equal to AD dot checkpoint B equals AD dot B. G equals AD dot G. Active data will be important for the rest of this as we go along, as it will also hold music stuff and will be important for how endings work. But that's all.
Player.health. However, in the case of our position, we do need to convert a little bit. So here we can set our position equal to a new float array, and this is going to have 3 elements, one for the X, one for the Y, and one for the Z. And we can now go through and access each one of these elements. So we'll start with the X, so position index 0 is going to be equal to player. We'll access the transform, so .transform .position.x. And we can simply copy this line and paste it 2 more times. So we'll access the second coordinate, which is the Y, and the third coordinate, which is the Z. So let's change these to Y and Z. So you can see how really easily we can take these more advanced data types like a vector3 and convert them to what they really are, basically just an array of floats. If you wanted to store a color, you could do the exact same thing. Have one element for the red, one for green, one for blue, and then maybe a 4th one for alpha. So now that we've created our player data class, we're ready to continue. But there's one very important thing that we need to remember to do first. And that is go to the top of this class and as an attribute, so inside of these 2 square brackets, mark it as system.serializable. And this just means that we will be able to save it in a file. So let's save this class now. Let's head into Unity and let's create another C# script. So right click, create C#, and this one is going to be responsible.
Oh, that's because this is not called player data. Right, so both of these are just going to be active data dot B and active G. That should fix the error. Alright, now I need to create C# script. What did he
do first? And that is go to the top of this class and let's head into Unity and let's create another C# script. So right click, create C#, and this one is going to be responsible for actually doing the saving. So let's call it something like save.
Let's call it save system. Actually call it a save system because it doesn't do that automatically.
System. Let's double click to open it up in Visual Studio. Again, we're going to delete the 2 functions here and remove the mono behavior. And I actually want to go ahead and mark this class as static. A static class is just a class that can't be instantiated because we don't want to accidentally create multiple versions of our save system. Next up, we want to make sure that we include the appropriate namespaces. We can go ahead and remove system.collections. However, we do want to be using system.io. System.io is the namespace we use whenever we want to work with files on our operating system. So we'll use this when creating and opening the actual save file. Then we also need to be using system.runtime.serialization.formatters.binary. Yes, that is indeed a thing. If you have a hard time remembering this, don't worry, I do too. I almost always look it up. And as you might have guessed from the name of it, this will allow us to access the binary formatter. So let's go ahead and create a save function. Let's make it public, static, so we can call it from anywhere without an instance, void, and let's call it save player. The function is going to take in a player, and let's call him player. Now the first thing that we need to do is create a binary formatter for us to use. So we'll do binary formatter. Let's
Takes and
call it formatter and set it equal to a new binary format.
right.
Next we want to create a file to save to, but first we probably want to decide where this file should be saved. So let's create a string called path and set it equal to, well, the location of a file. And you could go ahead and just input some kind of location on your system here, and the file would be saved to that location. However, the path that you want to use is probably going to completely depend on the operating system. A path that works on Windows probably doesn't work on Mac, and it's definitely not going to work on iOS or Android. And also, we probably don't want to make it too apparent where we're saving these files. We don't want it to be inside of the project folder or some obvious location. Luckily, Unity has a really handy function called application.persistentDataPath. And this is just going to get a path to a data directory on the operating system that isn't going to suddenly change. Then we can add anything to this. So we can create a subfile called player dot. And since we're actually making our own file here and it's just a binary file, we can use any file type that we want. That's right, it's completely up to you what you want to write. I'm gonna write fun, just to make this tutorial a bit more fun. And let's close it off. Now on a new line, we can create a new file. And each time we are working with a file, we use this concept of a file stream. A file stream is exactly what it sounds like. It's a stream of data contained in a file. And we can use a particular file stream to read and write from a file. So let's create a variable of type file stream. Let's call it stream and set it equal to a new file stream. Here we want to give it the path. And then we can define the file mode. And this is whether or not we want to open the file or create one, append to an already existing file, or some other options. We're just going to do create. So now we've created this file on our system and we're ready to write to it. So let's go ahead and create some player data. Let's call it data and let's set it equal to a new player data. And because we created this handy constructor here, we can actually just go ahead and pass in our player. And all this code is going to be run, which means that the player data class actually just sets up itself. So now that we have all the appropriate data formatted the way that it should be, we're ready to insert this into a file. So let's do formatter.serialize, which means that we're going to write data to the file. First, this needs a file stream. We'll input our stream variable, and then some data, in our case, our player data. Finally, when you're done writing data to the file, we want to close it off, so we'll go stream.close. And that's all the code that we need for saving. Let's also create a variable for loading some data, public, static. And here we don't want to input void. Since we're going to be loading some data, we probably want to return this data. So let's create a public static player data. Let's call it load player. And the first thing that we want to do in here is get a path, similar to what we did up here. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this line for now. If you want to make it a bit cleaner, you can maybe separate this out from the two functions so that if you change it in one place, it's going to change in both. But for now, we'll just copy it. We're then going to check if a file exists in this path. So if file.exists, we want to check for the path. Then we want to call some code. And if it does not, well, then we want to
else, I'll probably want to create the file.
Do some kind of error. Let's do debug.log error, and we'll say save file.
You can actually have a lot of these have defaults, so we can just have checkpoint equals 0 on default. We can have music volume equal, let's see. So we can have it equal 1 on default. Have this equal 1 on default. These will both equal false by default. And this will equal an empty string because there's no point in putting any information there. So anyway. Player data. It needs a new active data. Give active data. Well, actually, that automatically does that, so we don't need any of this. We can really just put in new data. The game will automatically
Not found in, and then we'll output the path. Then we can just return null. However, if we do find a file, which hopefully we do, well, then we want to do actually a lot of the same stuff that we do up here when saving the player. First, we want to open up a binary formatter. So binary formatter, let's call it formatter equals a new binary formatter. Then we want to open up a file stream. So we want to go file stream equals new file stream. Again, we'll feed it the path, but this time we don't want to do file mode.create. Instead, we want to do file mode.open to open up the already existing save file. Then we can read from this stream by going formatter.deserialize. So it's now going to change it from binary back to the old readable format. And the only thing that we need to feed it is the stream from a file. We can then store this data as with anything else in a variable. So let's create a player data variable, let's call it data, and set it equal to the result. And it's going to give you a red line here, and that's because we need to cast this, we need to tell it what type of data we are working with. So we're going to format it as player data. So now we've cast this information into a player data type. And finally, we can go ahead and return the data. Of course, there's one very important thing that we forgot, and that is we always need to close the file stream. So here we want to go stream.close. Otherwise, you're going to get some weird looking errors. And that is actually everything that we need to do for our save system, which means that we're pretty much ready to try this out. If we save this now and go into Unity to make sure that we don't have any errors, we actually have all the components needed to now save and load this data. The only thing that's left to decide is when to trigger this behavior. And that's completely up to you. You can save at the end of a level, you can save every 10 seconds, you can save when the user exits the game, or you can save using buttons. And I've gone ahead and created two buttons here, a save button and a load button. So let's just trigger some code based on these buttons. If you want to be really proper about this, you can do it in some kind of game manager. I'm just going to do it inside of the player script. So here I'm going to create two public functions so that we can call them from the buttons. One is going to be public void save player, and here all we need to do is go save system, and because this is a static class and function, we can go dot save player, and that's all we need. Then we can feed it in the player that we want to save, in our case this player, so we can just write this. And let's also create a public void load player. Again, we access the save system and we do load player, and of course this outputs a player data. So we want to take that data and put it back into our player. Let's create a player data variable. Let's call it data and set it equal to what we get when loading. And then we can go level equals data.level, health equals data.health. And for the position, let's create a vector3 called position. And let's set position.x equal to data.position. And then we'll take the first element. And let's actually copy this a few times. So the second one is going to be y.
And we'll have some more stuff in there for
the third one is going to be z, and it's going to go from 0 to 1 to 2. And then finally, let's set transform.position equal to this position variable. So now we've loaded back in our player data. And if we save this and go to Unity, we can now find the save and load buttons. So I'm going to select my save button here. I'm going to go add an onClick event. And this is referencing an object. I'm going to drag in the player. And let's go under the player function and call the save player method. And let's do the same thing for loading. So load button, add an event. It's going to access the player object, find the player script, and call the load player function. So now we should see that if we play and go ahead and mix around our level and health here. So let's see, we've increased to level 7. Our health has gone down to 28. And you can take note of our current position here. Let's save. And if our game then changes, let's say we go up a few levels, let's say to 9, our health goes up again to 40 or 42, and this is our new position, and we then hit load, everything snaps right back. And the cool thing is that this will even persist between game sessions. So if we close down the game or change this around and then stop playing, go back in and hit play again, and we then hit load, it's going to snap right back to these values. And if we want to overwrite our save, well, then we simply hit save again. So if we want to now have these values, we can hit save, let's stop playing, hit play again, hit load, and voila, everything's going to update to the new values. Yay! So that's pretty much it for this video. Now you can quickly see that it might become pretty slow and cumbersome to work with these files as the project gets bigger. For each part of your game, you need to create a save load function and a data class to convert from gameplay data to data that can be stored. And while these files are hard to edit, it can be done. So if you're looking for a more long
Alright. Let's go with user preferences brackets.
So you think you know Wix, but do you really?
Wanna know why secret
Save. Game basics. Player preferences.
Hello YouTube. Today let's talk a little bit about player prefs. Player prefs are the used I want stored in a file. Here it says Unity stores player prefs in a local registry without encryption. Do not use player prefs data to store sensitive data. So you probably shouldn't store any passwords or anything like that. But regardless, so what happened is I hit save and it just created a file somewhere on the computer. And so I can delete this now and I can hit load and you'll see that it actually gets that text right back. I could do that again and then hit delete, and that should clear my player pref settings. And when I try and load now, well, nothing happens. And so that's a really basic example of how to use player prefs, and I'll show you the code in just 1 second here. It's really quick. Okay, so I have this scene here. I basically just have a canvas with an input field and 3 buttons, a save, load, and delete button. That's it. And on my canvas, I just put this save system example script. We'll open it up and we'll rewrite it from scratch. The only thing different here is at the top I have using TextMesh Pro because that's the input field I used. I didn't use the default one. All right, so let's talk about what we'll need here. We need a reference to my TextMesh Pro input field that I'll call input field, but this isn't really relevant to player prefs method. So there are 3 types of things you can set. You can set a float, you can set, well, called input field, but this isn't really relevant. That's it. So if there's things you want to store in here that it's larger than this.
All right, so that's not that hard. Now I can have them save by like save on something else, but when it loads, it will also go player prefs dot music evolve equals dot load. And there's actually no saving at all of the WE variable because it's just not needed. No one will be mad about it because it's not something you need to keep. Because all it would keep is what ending you got. Like, it's just used for the end of the game for a short period of time. So it's like literally this small point of code that doesn't have much purpose. Anyway, so this should be all I need for loading data. Please tell me I put it in right. Cool. So that's gonna let you change the music volume. Sound Machine already has a script that runs in the player that's supposed to work at sound effects, so it'll just grab whatever the controller is and use it to figure out sound effects. Essentially, it's a weird indirect system to figure out what sound to play when something happens. I'll create a whole system for sound effects. Anyway. Really all I need to do here. Of course, I actually have to apply these later on, but that's something for later on. Anyway, music volume, stuff like that. Anyway, be good. Be it for the save system. Now if I go to player move, we need a public active data. No, active data 80. And a not public list of vector3, so a vector3 array known as checkpoint locations. I believe this is how you can create one. Oh, right. Was new. And we need to put these in. As we make the game, we'll figure these out and put them in. Now I will need at least one. So for now, we're just going to set you to, I don't know what's the player location right now. Right. Oh. So we can just put a new vector3. Then copy these in one by one. There's 278 3.99 1236. And we'll also set rb dot position equals, or rather we can do transform dot position equals checkpoint locations 80 dot checkpoint. Please tell me I didn't make a random mistake. Cannot convert. That's so cool. Double tool. Oh. Another issue I just realized is, well, checkpoint should be an integer, right? Yeah, checkpoint's an integer, so that should work fine. It's just that thing. Right, now if I die, I should go back here. In theory. Oh no, I just got out of the ice. It'd be such a shame if I ran into the spike. All reference. Wait, what happened? Transform. Unity. As a position, so that part of this is not wrong. Here, let's do game object dot transform dot position. AD dot checkpoint. Now AD active. Oh, yep, duh. I figured it out. Only took me a few seconds, but I figured it out. Pause. Oh, this here now. Okay. So you do have an active. Component. There we go. So now that I have actually put the active data in, oh no. Such a horrible place to be stuck. Ooh, always. Ooh, that's snazzy. Whoosh. Those things are like cannons, bro. Alright, that's exciting. At least that's working now. Let's see. So now we have checkpoint. I guess we actually have to make the areas now, so time to get rid of all of these objects that I've kind of just randomly put about here. So I did not save you. Alright, now I have saved them all and can get rid of you. Now is the point where I need to actually get all of the things. All the ground textures into the game. We'll do them zone by zone. Hang default right? Grassy dirt in. Supposed to be icy, so. Oh. Grassy dirt. Oh my goodness, someone actually followed to this?
Vibing Game Dev just followed.
Vibing Game Dev? Wow, welcome. I don't know why you're watching this nonsense. It's a spectacle. Here comes the vibes. I hope so, because whatever I've been doing has not been it. Alright, let's see, I gotta keep getting them. I have all of my assets over here. I guess I can, won't work very well. I think I only have one more actually. Good. The last one, I think. There's Whoa. Delete. What's good? CIO, grassy dirt, Warner, default. I had default, yeah, I did. So yeah, we get all of these. These are all the textures. Nice. And I think I can just replace grass blocks as I go. So, anywho, I need a sky texture, which means I'm probably just gonna make it myself. Frankly, I'm just going to make it myself. Oh yeah, I think I was going to make something called background. Are you an artist? No, not really. Am I a game dev? I guess. I make game. Are they good? No. Alright, on. Square. Dude, though I did make a sprite, right? We're gonna call you light blue square. I made all the assets though, so I have to do everything. I made all the music too. Oh, cool. I'm making a 2D retro game, so not exactly what's needed for this. Oh my goodness, is that square? Blah blah blah. Is that blah 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 blah? All right, 128. Let's go with, what was it? But since it's cyan, it's supposed to be this with 255. That's the color I wanted. Let's click it. Hope I catch it. There we go. All right. Oh, I forgot something with those other ones. Overwritten. I think I close this now. It's good. I don't know. It's actually kind of interesting here. Ground. Let's just go ahead and select them all to make sure they're all set this way. And they should all be 75. Apply. Goodie. So now touch to the camera, maybe? I don't know where I'm supposed to put a background. Actually, I can just make the back. No. So for each zone, it needs its own background. So let's start actually doing this the right way. So let's create an empty. We're gonna call you zone 0. This is before the gameplay starts. So exciting. And this all ground just goes in zone 0 now. But zone 0 also needs sprite. This is going to render on background. and it's going to be blue. The square. You see, the issue is the fact that something. That's because it's small. That's why. So if I go grab this tool, boom, shaboom, shaboom, kaboom. Why is it in front? Is the player even on the player? Of course not. There we go. My goodness, is this game vibrantly colored? Alright. We're gonna call you Sky. Now, I need a quicker process for this ground here. Whatever I'm doing here is just not it. Actually, if I select all of this, one. Duplicate this. And then what we can do is we can move it down. It's Y by 16. That would become 24. Then we can change the texture to this dirt, and boom! Actually, it'd probably be better if I use a tile set for this, but whatever, because these don't need to be solid. Actually, undo that. I can see if I can find another way. So if I add a tile set, tile map, let's get rid of you, delete, rid, just go in here. Interesting. So I don't know how this works. Grid tile map. That's an interesting grid we got here. Is 16 by 16 more accurate? Offset the position of the grid. Where is showing up? Okay. Sure, man. Okay. Does that work? That's quite close to correct. Maybe if I got rid of that decimal expansion they got there. That, no. 0.5. I think that's pretty close. It's about as good as I'm gonna be willing to get. The material. How do I change this? You know what that means. Tile map. Wacky.
Want to create your own mobile app? You don't need programmers. You don't.
Making your game art in tiles can be beneficial in a lot of ways. Because tiles are so modular, let's get started. So I just opened up Unity and currently we have nothing in here. But in order to start creating tile maps, we need to have a tile set. I went online and found this pretty cool tile set by Leonard Papin. As you can see, there are a bunch of different elements like rocks, dirt, grass, and water. And if we have a look at the ground tiles only, this is what we see. Of course, if you want to learn how to create your own tile sets, I have a tutorial on how to do that in Photoshop. But there are really a bunch of tiles in here, and there are even multiple tile sets for the different elements in the scene. So just to keep things simple for this tutorial, I've gone ahead and created a simpler version of the tile set, and I'll of course have a download link for that in the description. Let's take this file and import it into Unity. Let's click on it, and you can see here I've just selected the most basic ones. Now first we want to make sure the texture type is set to Sprite 2D and UI. We'll then change the sprite mode from single to multiple because we have multiple sprites in here. We'll also change the pixels per unit to 32. The reason why tile to be doesn't get these settings, we automatic to grid by cell size with no automatically rendering is here. Down our individual tile as a to the automatically rendered unit. And of course think of the grid here, but in most cases you probably just want.
You know, I would be fine and all if I could just make my grid, like the actual map grid. I can actually just make things snap to this grid. If I did 16, right? That mean that no, that doesn't do anything, right? So you saw how just smoothly that moved. I don't want smooth. I want you to be snapped to your grid, buddy boy. Okay, well, let's undo those two. Like, okay, I can snap them into place with this. Great. How do I make them snap to grid? How to make move snap to grid in Unity. That's what now? That's literally no. How did it come to that conclusion? That did absolutely nothing. Thanks a lot. Great. This is just so annoying to do by hand. All I ask was something to snap this thing to a grid for me. That's all I want. All I want, boys. Instead, I get none of that. Let's just change all of these. Make their Y 0. Their Z should be the 1, 2, 3, 6, I think it is. And their X is, well, their X's need to. Their X's are all aligned, right? Great. They're now all aligned to the grid. Make the players... What? Why is the player Y completely different than the grounds Y? I literally don't even know what that means. If I do 32, what does it do? If I do 64, what does it do? I do 128, what does it do? Like, it doesn't snap to grid at all. I can't. Like, what is this? I cannot deal with this nonsense. I can't, bro. Why? Why? My life would be so much easier. So much easier if you just let me do this. But no, you want this to be pain and agony for me. Actual misery. Whatever. So, one, this doesn't even need to be ground. Like, it doesn't. It would be so much nicer if I could use a tile map for it, because it doesn't need collisions. Well, whoop-de-doo, can't do that. Alright, and then we have to go here. Gotta duplicate you. We gotta... What is your X? Why is your X that? You had a good thing. It was practically 6 anyway, so we can just change it to 6. We have to add 6, which means leftovers 2, and this will become a 9. Anyway, we're going to change your texture to be an inverse here. I'm going to flip X. And wow, you can see that. Wow, that's so nice. Oh my gosh. Why is it like this? Right, that's why. Right. Now, can I select multiple of these grounds? Below? I just want to select multiple, man. I'm going to go insane because this map is almost impossible to work with. I try to just, yeah, let's just plop it in. Like, how? How do you just plop it in? 'Cause now I have to go fine tune the position of this thing. Be rotated 90, or rather negative 90. That look fine. It's pretty fine to me. It's gonna be fine. This ground now has to go into all ground, this zone. I don't even want to look at it. What is the duplicate? ND. What did I hit? Well, there goes every single thing I had open. Okay. Did it even work? No. Okay, okay. That's interesting and fascinating right there. It's Control D. Control D, that's why. It still didn't work. Control D. There. Can't keep up with this awful system. It's so bad. I just wanna snap to grid. Unity snap to grid. Has to be a way. And where in the world do you see grid and snap? What? Where the heck did that come from? I want a video tutorial of how to turn on grid. No, not with code. I don't want code. I want in the editor.
Come down to snap to grid. Once the program opens, you'll have this new interface here.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to go mentally ill. I'm going to go mentally ill because it won't just let me snap to a freaking grid. This. Tools. Cool. This isn't helpful. Like, that was not even a problem. None of those. Finally. Finally, I found the stupid button. Can you select all of them, please? Thank you. Thank you. This is gonna be so much nicer now. What? Why did you immediately turn off? What grid are you attached to? Oh my gosh, what the heck? Okay, delete you, I guess. Whatever. It looks like I'm still gonna have to duplicate them, so we do Control D, boom. And they're stuck to a different vertically as well. Interesting fact to learn. So nice. No. Oh, I'm gonna go insane. Sorry, what? Why are you on a different grid than every single other thing that exists? Unity's gonna be the thing that breaks me. What the frick? Like, actually, what the frick? If I click Control D, you're just gonna connect to whatever you want now. Why? Like, and actually, why? Everything else was connected to the same freaking grid, and then you just had to ruin it. Why? Why must you hurt me in this way? Why? It was all good. We had a good thing. If I just duplicate any one of these, it's just attached to a grid that's just slightly off from everything else. Okay. Yeah, why not? What? Grid size. 8. I don't think that should do anything, but that's not what I wanted to click either. Oh, cool. Now that works. I have to set it to 8 if I want it to work. Fascinating discovery. Delete you. Alright, whatever. Whatever. Still is going to make my process significantly faster now. Yes, this is probably extremely inefficient and going to immediately lag the game to high heavens. Where are they? So these are all in the same. The players on that. Hold up, we gotta go into 3D for this. What the heck is happening here? Can you not make this the most painful thing I've ever seen in my life? What? I don't even know anymore, but okay, sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. You know what? Sure. Why not make everything confusing and annoying? And why can't you just keep those selected? $990 what now? I don't remember. 91. Okay. 0.0244 because why not? No, I prefer if everything could just be on the same. No. That would be too convenient. All right. Now when I play it again, to you guys. Oh yeah, just look inconsistent and stupid. Thank you. Where is the background. It was all here. Everything was good. And then you just messed it up. $800. Is it visible then? Is it visible then? $900. How close does this have to be? What? Why? Let me zoom out, for goodness sake. I couldn't even try to move this forward. Oh my gosh, this is the type of crap that actually drives me insane. Way over there. Can you see it now? No. Of course not. Why would we have something convenient? I'm actually going insane. That looks bad. That looks like I went too far. But I can't tell because of how this stupid thing is set up. Go a little bit closer. Alright, there. Good? Good now? Why? It's so close, and this stupid scrolling takes forever. Like, literally, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, now it's invisible. Great. Still invisible. Still invisible. Still invisible. Still invisible. Still invisible. I let literally lose my mind. I hate Unity so much. So much, bro. This stupid nonsense. There. That is like a microscopic inch behind them. There. And why are there gaps between those? Why is that there? Okay. We're going to rescale the sky, which apparently means nothing at all. Okay. So we're just gonna rescale it big. Alrighty then. I just wanted to just move around it. What are up with these blue lines? Why are they there? It's not. It is going to make me go insane. Those lines are actually driving me nuts. Are you all not attached to the grid or something? Like, are we not on the same page here? Why are they all at these weird numbers? Just like start over. Like this might sound crazy, but I'm just going to start over from literal technical ground zero, because these are annoying out of me, bro. We start, we delete you. We delete you. Place one ground. You know, I'm gonna immediately do this ground. Tell it where to go. 0, 0. Then I'm going to put this ground in all ground. And then its position gets changed to some nonsense. 0, 0. Okay. Okay. Cool. 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 Now, yeah, there's a grid on it. Why is the grid doing fractional nonsense to it? I don't know. Whatever. I'm going to put this here. Then we're going to hold D. Move it here. No reason to go backwards. So little of this game is done. So little of it. So little of it's done. I have to literally blitz this game if I had any hope of doing it. Tile maps would have been so easy if I had set them up. That I'm working with this nonsense, which will probably be the demise of my sanity. Now, does that display correctly? Hooray! I actually looking somewhat fine. My goodness. We're gonna have to blitz this game to oblivion. Kill this stupid nonsense about ground. Oh man. Alright. How am I supposed to do this? Because this is definitely not the most efficient way of doing this. Anywho, we're going to Control D this, move it over, and then we're going to select inverse round. We're gonna rotate it 90 degrees the other way. Oh, we're going to select, yeah, why not just never select the top one. Very nice. Copy you, select -90. Hold you. My life a little little easier. Now, can you see all of those? No. Least optimized game of all time? Yes, 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 it is. I just wanted to find it. Alright. So we're starting to get closer to an area of the map being done. Alright, well, that's cool. I didn't realize I had to go so far. This nonsense. I mean, I would have preferred if I could just make a tile map with, like, you know, one. Season. I don't even have to let go of this, man. Wow. Double that. Just even make it go lower. Really should be nothing able to display. One more of these. Done with that. Cool. The game is pretty, like, mechanically done. We're gonna set this to this, just float point error mechanic stuff, because the fact that breaking does that really annoys me. It will now persist your direction. Alright, so now we'll talk to him somewhere about there. Let's go ahead and just do this, and I think zone 1 will end about here. So that's just how ginormously awful this is, right? So I think what I should do is make it also turn off the simulation of these other ones. But that's what I do if I'm optimizing my code like I should be. I'm not, so. Do I even, okay, whatever, I'll create another zone. Zone 1. Now the thing is, whenever a checkpoint runs, it has the zone that it has to disable. So it has to, there's already checkpoint stuff. I guess I should just this, so I should add a checkpoint 1. We now have to create a checkpoint, which is the first thing. Now box collider 2D. We make that 2 or at least 100 by 100 or something. There we go. That I can adjust it properly. That. Okay. Now we're going to set it to be something really thin actually. So this is just a little thing for checkpoints. Pretty hard to jump over it. Use trigger, yes. And check point. Yeah. New script. Oh boy, here we go scripting again. Like, I need to blitz out code here. Like, for real. Like, oh man. Oh man. It's awful. I've gotten so little of the game done. So I have to make pretty small areas and pretty fast. With all of the pain and misery this thing brings me. See. So checkpoint behavior is going to be really exciting and fun. So it's going to ask, actually it doesn't need much. Checkpoint, actually it does need the AD for the checkpoints. So as public AD for public active data D public to checkpoint. That's not a type. Int checkpoint public game object to zone from zone. Check point 0 to 1. I didn't save it, did I? Okay, that was not one. AD to checkpoint 1 to zone 1 from zone 0. And theoretically this is all I'm going to need, so we'll put this one right about here. And we'll have another one very similar to it over here. Going to be called checkpoint 1 to 0. We can also add this to my prefabs. Okay. 1 to 0 goes 2 0 from zone 2 zone 0 from zone 1. Now a lot of this is just change skybox. I guess I should really have it directly on the edge of the two, but really hard to actually figure this out. You could always just go backwards and fall into oblivion, which would be buggy and annoying. So I really can't. Unless I change. I can do it actually. Hello? Why can't I select ground? What? What now? Hello? I liked when I could do that. Thank you. Hold on. I forgot to do a very important step first. This is going to be called checkpoint C ground. And C ground simply is just never disabled. Of course, mark. And instead we have to go all the way down, select this area, which is C ground. I can't scroll. There we go. C ground. We'll then have to, of course, do some more. But C ground, I mean, we just have to figure out how this mechanism works. So, for one, it's like all these others. I guess ice behavior. No, spectator. It's just an on trigger. Okay. Player as mechanics. So, for one, AD dot check point equals to checkpoint. To zone. I get all children. But anyway, well, this is a lot of just children manipulation here. So physics will just stop being the thing on that ground because performance. But that doesn't actually mean anything about all the areas ahead. It just means that it's unloading as the game goes on to make it perform better. I don't even know, man. I don't even know. Zone. Get children community. Okay. Yep, that's gonna be a pain. So I don't think I'm going to do that part. So 2zone dot transform dot get child 1 dot enabled was true. From zone dot transform get child false, and all that other stuff was silly and unnecessary. Did I save? No. Starting to look like a game. How about enabled but louder? But what about dot game object dot enabled? Yeah, but what about game object dot enabled but lowercase? Goodness gracious. How to disable a game object. Oh yeah, set active. That's how that works. Cool. So it's going to immediately error as soon as I walk through this. Because zone 1 needs 2 objects. Create empty sprite. Let's not do that. Let's take the sprite. Move it into view. Keep your name as Sky. You're going to become all ground. So now it won't error. That's crazy how it did not work. It did work. So this guy is the same color. Well, I don't know, it's copy red or something. Put it there. Cool. And there are other important things that have to happen that I forgot about. I don't actually want you to be that color, by the way, so let's just set you back to white. The base sky is actually the same between the two, but another thing is that we have to run ad.save data. Save data should be run as well. That is a public, I think. So now that should run, and that should also save the checkpoint. We can also go to music machine, which is going to need an array of songs. Oh, this is just playing a normal day on repeat. Now it has music and behavior. Did I even keep that open? Oh, okay. Anyway, checkpoint behavior. Saves your game, it does all that. All right. Are endings like almost an afterthought in this game? Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. Oof. I gotta go use the restroom. I'll be right back.
settings, so it's in there. And then you want to go inside
Forgot to turn that back on. Whoopsie daisy. Oh well, at 8 hours, you know, bound to make some mistakes. So I change it automatically. Oh, this one's a banger though. Such a banger. Wacky ending. Yeah, I'm not staying on that. I just had to listen to the whole soundtrack because, like, I mean, it's not even the whole soundtrack. The menu song is actually kind of a banger. Hold on, let me go get it. I'm getting very distracted because, frankly, I'm bored. Can I? No way. Alright, whatever. This is when the menu kind of gets a little weird. Yeah, anyway. Make game. Must make game. They'll just copy you and paste you in here. Paste. Why are you here? At least on the same grid. No funny business. I ain't letting such funny business be around these parts. Even if that funny business was very much real. Not coming around these parts, nah. The height is off too. Wait, was it supposed to be possibly it was supposed to be a 5.6. No, that's definitely not right. Definitely supposed to be negative 89. Definitely supposed to be. Four. That right? I can't bloody tell. Wait, hold on. These pixels. You can tell they aren't aligned on the Y. But why not? This is slightly too high. Is this right? No. That's about as diddly darn close as I'm diddly darn getting. I can see that the X is off. Now I don't remember where this goes. Nine's pretty good. That diddly darn might be why I said that before. Alright, well, that's height still off. 5 isn't right either. Still lower too much. Too much now. Oh my gosh, it's like a pixel off. So it's more like 44.5. Get it exactly on the same pixel. But if I click this, then it's gonna start doing weird things, isn't it? See how it's not there? Well, that's because this thing was moved too far over on the X. Eight. That's definitely wrong. 8, 5. See how that's doing that? That's bad. No. 8. Still a gap in there. Heal it. There might not be a gap, but if I duplicate this stupid object, you know it's about to go crazy. Wait, what? No way. It actually worked. Finally. Alright. Now time to actually go and duplicate these. Create a mountain or something over here. So I think it was spikes and what else was in this area actually? It might have been no orbs for this one. Oh, that's probably writing all over. Dang it. Not can just keep that. Go in there. Oh, let's see. Yep, spikes and ice in Wales. So nothing other than spikes and ice are here. So it's just like learning the game control problems, right? That's like the main thing that's supposed to be here, right? So I'll change you to be this. To be this. Oh, good. Ooh, that's just a texture problem. Like, I can't do much about that besides go in and fix the texture. So other than that, that actually works really well. So someone's going to be annoyed by the way this texture works, and they're just gonna have to deal with it. Now I should be able to click these two and then duplicate them. Create more. Now that's so far off, it's not even funny. Oof. Oof. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Go in and fix this. No. Maybe. Hold on. Let me go into here. Gotta go fix corner. Nah. I don't feel like doing it. Oh, it's just gonna look like that. I don't have time to be messing with that really. So, let's not do that. Then let's go here and let's do one of these. Oh, okay. So this is kind of like the start of your journey here. So I don't know how difficult it even is to get over this. This stuff should be pretty easy. Like, I think you could get over this in like one jump. Like, this is not going to be difficult. Okay, now actually explain to me why on earth is it Z in the middle of freaking nowhere? I just want these to be on the same Z as the other ones, but apparently that's too hard. Ah. Here's the thing. If I slightly get these numbers wrong, it's gonna look weird. It will look weird. Oh my gosh, it's still out there. It's still out there. Did it just change all of these? Like, all of these are okay. Blah, 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 blah. How far forward? Yes, we gotta go into 3D mode again in this stupid awfulness to move forward the zone and try to match it up. Just zoom in. I can't take this thing, bro. It's so annoying. Where is the thingy? Yes, of course. Put the thingy behind me so I can't see what on earth I'm doing. Oh, wow. Isn't that nice and convenient? about as close as I'm diddly darn gonna get. But never mind, because I have to make it perfect. That's further away. No, that's like as seamless as I could actually hope to get. And of course it starts to cause this display error. Of course, that small of a problem causes that. Wait, hold on. Oh, it is too much. I just have to deal with that. Like, I can't, bro, with this stupid nonsense. It's about as seamless as I'm gonna get. Next up is putting the sky where it has to go. Because for some reason, nothing ever stays where it is. Ever. Look, it just has to be close. Like, at the end of the day, it just has to be close. I don't need it to be exact same or any of that. I just need to be close. So you get bike physics, which are really fun to play with. I don't know if this file is ever saved. Alright, I have to go soon, so I'm gonna go ahead and get off the stream. Might be back later, maybe, perhaps. Who knows? Alright. Bye.